So good morning, everyone. Good morning to in-present attendees and online participants. Welcome to the AI4EU workshop, The Culture of Trustworthy AI, Public Debate, Education, and Practical Learning. So I'm excited because this is, I think, the first event in presence after, at least during these difficult times of the pandemic. So we are also dealing with these pandemic issues, but there is also the opportunity to watch the live stream online on the ECLT YouTube channel and Zoom. And so this morning, if I can have the agenda, we have a dense agenda. This is an AI4EU workshop where we are going to present some results achieved and some work in progress within the project AI4EU, but we will have also the opportunity also to listen to interesting talks, contributed talks, and invited talks. So if I, okay, so this is the agenda of this morning. So as you see, we have at the beginning some welcome addresses, and then we have keynote talk by Luc Steels. Then we will introduce the Observatory, the AI4EU observatories and AI4EU working groups. And then we will have the first, one of the first presentation presenting the results of citizen consultation conducted in the context of the working groups. And then in the second half of the morning, we will have these panel discussions on challenges for ethical and legal AI in Europe. So I would give now the floor to our guest for the welcome addresses. So Achille Giacometti, who is professor in Ca' Foscari University, and he's the director of ECLT, which is one of the partner organizations in the AI4EU projects and the host institutions for this workshop. So Achille, the floor is yours. So
yes, okay, thank you, Teresa, and good morning, everyone, also from my side. It is a pleasure to see all of you, but I'm really sorry not be able to be with you physically in person, because I'm in the middle of an exam section, so I have students waiting for me in class, so soon I will have to leave. As you probably know, ECLT is a network of 16 different institutions, international institutions, that was established 16 years ago, following the work of EU research projects dealing with artificial life and living technologies. And it has Ca' Foscari it is the host institution, has been operating ever since. Participating to additional EU projects, including, of course, the AI4EU that is being debated today. Well, as a CLD director, I'm really excited of the fact that CLT is participating to this particular project. Dealing with specifically in working group 5, dealing with the issues that are being debated today. In fact, I browsed the project and I was the program, and I was very impressed by the variety of the topics and the level of the speakers. So, so if in the future, you are interested in collaborating with us, the CLT is very happy to, to continue these collaborations. So that said, let me thank Teresa for having organized these whole things, and let me wish you all a very fruitful agenda, and again, welcome to Venice. Thank you, and bye bye.
Thank you, Achille. and also good have a nice day with all exams. I think you have a lot of work, so see you soon. And now I would give the floor to Marcello Pelillo, who is Professor of Artificial Intelligence in Ca' Foscari University, and he's also the Principal Investigator of the AI4EU project here in Ca' Foscari. So thanks, Marcello, for this welcome address and for being here online.
Thank you very much, Teresa. First of all, welcome to Venice for those of you who are physically here, and welcome to this workshop for those who are watching us from home. It's really a great pleasure to welcome to this workshop. As Teresa said, I'm Professor of Artificial Intelligence and Computer Science here at Ca' Foscari University in Venice. And I'm also involved in the AI4EU project. And I'd like to use this opportunity as a representative of Ca' Foscari to say something very quickly about our university. So I prepared a couple of slides. I hope you can see them. Can you see them?
Yes, we can see.
Great. So in the first place, the University of Ca' Foscari was established in the late 19th century. It's not an old university according to European standards, but it's pretty old. And more precisely, it was established in 1868. And at the very beginning of its history, it was just an advanced school for commerce. And nowadays, it's a very active university. It's small as compared to other ones in Italy, such as Rome or Padua or Milan, etc. But it's very active. And historically, it owns a number of historical buildings in Venice. For example, you can see here. Actually, I can also. Okay. You can see here the main building of the university, which used to be the residence of one of the Doge of the Republic of Venice, Foscari. Actually, that's exactly the reason why our university is called Ca' Foscari, which means the house of Foscari. And over the years, the university has developed into several branches. Now we have 8 departments. We have a Department of Economics, which is very strong, the Department of Management, a Department of Asian and North African Studies, a Department of Linguistics. And then we have a Department of Philosophy and Humanities. And then in Mestre, in the mainland, we have the premises of 2 departments more focused on the scientific subjects, such as the Department of Molecular Sciences and Nanosystems, and finally the Department of Environmental Sciences, Informatics, and Statistics, and I'm affiliated with this department. And here are just a few figures about our university. We have about 20,000 students with 8,000 students enrolled every year, and every year we graduate about 4,000 students. We are very, very active from an international level. We collaborate with a number of universities around the world, and we attract a lot of students from abroad, and also professors and researchers. And we are also very active in terms of attracting funding. And actually, as Achille was saying before, AI4EU is one of the top projects in AI that we are able to attract in the past few years. And indeed, we within AI4EU, we had a very important role because we were responsible for basically for the social, ethical, and cultural aspects behind artificial intelligence. And in particular here, thanks to the work of Teresa and Francesca and many other people in our team, we developed the AI4EU Observatory. And finally, since the topic of the workshop is on trustworthy AI, let me conclude my address by, I would say, shamelessly advertising a brand new book, which has just been published. And when I say just been published, I just mean last week. It's available on the market. The topic of the book is precisely Trustworthy AI. The title is Machines We Trust, Perspectives on Dependable AI. And Teresa and I are the editors of this book, which has been published by the MIT Press. This book originated the idea of this book originated a few years ago when Teresa and I organized a workshop, a small workshop sponsored by IEEE. And the idea of that workshop was to attract people from several subjects. It was a very and truly interdisciplinary workshop. We had people coming from law, from philosophy, from computer science, from engineering, from companies as well. And we spent the whole day discussing about topics of the ethics of AI, the social ethical implications of AI, and so on and so forth. The workshop, we were so happy with the outcome of the workshop that Teresa and I start thinking of writing, well, actually, of collecting contributions and putting them together in the form of a book. And then after a few years, finally, I'm very pleased to see the book on the market. So the book basically has the same spirit of the workshop in the sense that it provides the reader with different perspectives on trustworthy AI. We have contributors from law, from philosophy, computer science, engineering, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I would like to thank you all for coming here to Venice or for participating to this workshop. I wish you a great workshop, and for those who are physically in Venice, also I wish you a great stay. The weather is also pretty nice, and I see also Luc Steels over there. And hi, Steele, and see you everyone. Bye bye.
So thank you, Marcello. Thank you for this welcome address introducing Ca' Foscari universities, these host institutions, and also the work that has been done in AI and the ethical issues so far. So, and now I would like to invite Ulises Cortès, who is the coordinator of the work package 5 in the AI4EU project, which is the work package dealing with all these ethical, social, legal, and cultural issues. And I thank Ulises for being here. And
Well, thank you, Teresa, Francesca, Atia, Christian, for being working in preparing this. Because I saw the work from behind. It has 1.5 years having the working groups alive without physical presence. I believe that today we will see one of the good sides of having internet, that people can collaborate without borders, and we will see a very nice effort talking about the issues that interest to us. And today we have a physical proof that we can work together using the tools in a manner. So thank you very much. Let's enjoy the workshop, and then also enjoy the talk by Luc. It's a shame that he's not here today, but we will enjoy his enlightening thoughts. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the university, for hosting this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ulises. Yes, I forgot to mention that this workshop, yes, is organized by a group of people within the WP5, the Work Package 5 in AI4EU. So, as well as myself, Atia Cortès from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. There is Francesca Fofano from, she's behind, but they are doing a very great job in Ca' Foscari University. And there are also other 2 online chairs and organizers, Andrea Lertubella from Umea University, and Christian Barouet from the Polytechnic I mean, I will learn at the end of the day how to pronounce in Catalan the institutions. By the way, is the Catalan, Ulises, what's the correct pronunciation? Is the same institutions by Ulises?
Yeah, the Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya.
Okay, Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. Okay, thank you. And yeah, so this is it was a very nice experience to work together and prepare this hybrid workshop. And okay, so now let me introduce, I mean, probably we don't need many words to introduce Professor Luc Steels. And Professor Luc Steels, so he is a professor at the Catalan Institute for Research and Advanced Studies, and also he is a visiting professor in Ca' Foscari University and a fellow of ECLT. And he's also members and partners in the AI4EU project. Yeah, and I would thank Luc for preparing this talk. I just remember the time because also the program is dense. So okay, we are also a bit earlier. So we have you have some minutes, extra minutes you can take. Yeah, the idea is to finish your talk around 10 past 10. So we have 5 minutes or for questions. And yeah, the floor is yours. So thank you, Luc.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for the organization. And I also want to thank Ca' Foscari and ECLT who accepted to host the AI4EU project. Let me share my screen for this talk. Can you see the first slide?
Yes. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, okay. So the title of my talk is Defining AI for Purposes of Ethics and Legal Regulation. And I've been involved in AI for quite a while, actually. More precisely, I think I first got in contact with AI 50 years ago in 1972, which is a long time. And my first paper in AI was in 1974. And so during that time, I was happy enough or lucky enough to be at the front row, so to speak, working at and studying at the MIT AI lab, specifically with Marvin Minsky. And so I've seen AI going up and down in terms of attention, in terms of enthusiasm. And today, of course, we're again in a period of a very big attention to AI. Some would say, I think correctly, that there's a kind of hype going on, which is maybe over-exaggerating the potential of AI or what AI can do today. But so we are all very happy about that. But of course, we also see some negative side effects of the use of AI techniques, or I should say, the use of the AI techniques that are currently popular. And I'll just give a few examples. There's clearly effects of recommendation algorithms, which are based on reinforcement learning, in fact, in terms of polarization and other very negative effects on society. There's now citizen surveillance is accelerating, and of course, citizen surveillance per se is not AI, but AI is being used for it. There's a clearly a lack of robustness and reliability, for example, in medical diagnosis. Last week, I was talking to a friend who is a doctor, you know, and they had a big scare in the hospital because one of those AI systems was signaling that there was a particular patient that had a very contagious disease that could not be treated. And so there was alarm, you know, with everybody who had been in contact with this patient, but it turned out to be a false alarm. So there are many issues there. There's also, even in translation, which is now being used on a wide scale, also for example, for communicating with migrants or for interaction within the society, and then you get all sorts of problems due to errors in translation. This is just one recent example, you know, that Facebook translates "good morning" in attack them, you know, and so this has consequences in the real world that we do not want. Anyway, so this is what this workshop is about. What can we do about this? And the idea that you see in many initiatives is to say, okay, we should make AI systems explainable, trustworthy, more robust, responsible, and all sorts of quality that we really want. Now, the big question, of course, is how we can do that. And one approach is to say, well, we need to advance the state of the art in AI, or start using a broader set of already known techniques. For example, we had very good explainable AI with certain techniques, you know, several decades ago already. So why don't we use them more? So this is one approach, and I think this is a very important approach, and this is also what I personally am pushing for. And I think there's not enough foundational research into AI at the moment. You know, AI has always been a quite small field, but now with a lot of application, but still the core of people who actually think fundamentally about AI is very small. But anyway, a second thing we could do is to come up with ethical and legal guidelines. This is also going on, and we will hear a lot more about this at this workshop. What I particularly like about the way the organizers of this workshop have emphasized the need to create a culture of trustworthy AI. And by that they mean it's not just a matter of the systems, the developers, but it's also responsibility lies with those who deploy AI. Companies of all sorts, agencies, you know, that are actually not really careful enough or understanding the limitations and acting on that, or just doing all sorts of things with AI which are, you know, immoral, illegal, or should be. And then, of course, there's also the users. I mean, we can complain a lot about social media and what is happening on social media, and the role of AI algorithms in it, but it's also a matter on how users behave on social media. You know, politicians complain about political manipulation, but they are the first ones to buy advertising on Facebook or Twitter to pass their messages. So I think this is a bit the contribution of this workshop is to emphasize that it has to be a culture of trustworthy AI and not just technical solutions or regulations. Okay, well, what I'm going to do in this is not focus on how we can advance the state of the art in AI, but on the other issues, 2 and 3. And basically, I think there is a problem, which is that we lack a clear definition of AI. This is frustrating for many people, particularly people who want to make regulations or guidelines, or who want to have policy, you know, who want to fund research in AI. And of course, we need a clearer definition because particularly if you talk about legal regulations, I mean, if there's no clear definition of what it is that you're regulating, you're creating a lot of uncertainty in the industry and for users. And you create a lot of risks, actually, because, you know, a system may be classified as AI or not as AI, but if that is not very clear, it is very difficult to behave according to regulations. So the current definitions are too vague. A lot of them are actually about what I call here fictional AI. I mean, you know, there's a big literature coming from people in philosophy or in science fiction and so on, or in movies or the press, which have a concept of AI without actually really knowing technically what it is. And again, this leads to all sorts of expectations, particularly in the media, that you know, just cannot be satisfied. Another problem is that the recent, I would say, the past decade, the term AI is now used for many, many more things than it used to be. For example, numerical analysis. You know, you have somebody who uses, let's say, linear regression on some data set, and then they call it AI. Well, this was not called AI before. Before it was called numerical analysis. The same thing with control theory or statistics, pattern recognition, operations research. These are all big fields who also use the term AI or are put in this box. But, you know, that's a problem, because if definition carries too many activities and areas, then it's becoming pretty useless. Now, I don't blame anybody, because if you look in textbooks, AI textbooks, the definitions are also inadequate. In fact, in the past, you know, because AI was a small field, the group of people involved in it, they had some sense of what it was about, but you never had these discussions like you have in sociology, for example, or in linguistics, about what the field is supposed to be and what the goals are. Moreover, even if you look at biology, for example, you know, what counts as biology is in a sense a social construct. I mean, there's agreement, and you could say, well, biology is about life, but then what is life? And so as biology progresses, they have more and more ideas on what constitutes life, but, you know, these are evolving in time. So it's very difficult to define life, and certainly it's difficult to define intelligence, what that is. And these are things that, you know, we cannot define so nicely as to say, okay, we are working on gravity or magnetism or something like that, where you have very clear delineated phenomena. Now, I just very briefly would like to say that the real problem is also in the press, you know. I will give two examples. This is from a kind of news a distribution site called Swiss Cognitive, the Global AI Hub, and they have every week they send out releases of articles about AI, and they're always very positive. You know, it's the AI good news show, so to speak. So one article is the AI that spots Alzheimer's from cookie drawing. And it's actually based on a BBC news item. Okay. So notice that here there's the AI. You know, this is like giving AI a kind of autonomy, a kind of personality even, that supposedly has been able or is able to spot Alzheimer. Now, if you go deeper, then you find that this news item is based on an article. This one here, linguistic markers predict onset of Alzheimer's disease. And if you read the article, or just the abstract, you know, the word AI is not mentioned in that article at all. I mean, they talk about classification, they talk about modeling, you know, in order to find features and then apply those features. But this is normal science. I mean, so what happens is that the word AI is kind of lifted or imposed upon activities which 20 years ago were also happening, but would not be called AI. Here is another example of how things get really out of hand. This was a post on Facebook research. I think also companies too quickly publish things without any proper reviewing. And so these research labs, they just have their own you know, blogs and they post on it, which actually is a little bit danger without the normal, let's say, safeguards of scientific research. But anyway, they talk about an experiment where, well, AI bots, again, AI, but learn how to negotiate. And as part of that experiment, these agents or bots were sort of creating a communication system. Now, if you, then there's an article very soon after that, which says AI is inventing languages humans can't understand. Should we stop it? Notice that there's a new twist now. This article emphasizes the language learning aspect or the invention aspect, but also that, you know, these researchers at Facebook, they stopped their experiment. Well, I guess probably because they ran out of ideas or they were not enough familiar with the existing literature on emergent languages. But there's a sort of, you know, implication that there's something dangerous happened here. And by the time this appears in the press, you know, in the public domain, and this is from a newspaper, The Sun. I know this is not the most high-level newspaper, but it's read by a lot of people. It says, Facebook shuts off AI experiment after two robots begin speaking in their own language, only they can understand. And if you read the rest of the article, it says, the incident closely resembles the plot of the Terminator, in which a robot becomes self-aware and starts waging a war on humans. Now, I mean, this has nothing to do with it, right? So that this shifting in the media of what AI is doing is actually, I would say, very unhelpful, to put it mildly. And I think the only way to do something about it is to be much more clear in the definitions that we use and also the capabilities that we can deal with. Okay, now, so what I'm going to do in this talk is to start up a discussion on definitions. And these definitions should be specific enough to capture what I call here core AI. That means, you know, not all the many things that are now associated with AI, numerical analysis, operations research, but the things that AI really wanted to deal with. But it should be general enough so that it's not just what is happening right now or is now in the spotlight, but also the past and the future. And ideally, we need clear decision criteria, particularly if we're going to talk about regulations. You know, it should be possible to say, well, yeah, this is AI and this is not AI. Now, I will briefly review or discuss three approaches to definitions: a functional, a mechanistic, and an issue-oriented approach, and then give some implications also for ethical and legal guidelines. So the functional approach, actually the first one to use that was Alan Turing. And the idea is that we define AI in terms of the tasks that AI systems try to achieve. So a system would be an AI system if it tackles a task that would require human intelligence if we have to achieve it ourselves. Okay. Now, achieving is one thing, but there's also the implication that it's not only handling the task, but also learning how to handle it. And well, learning can be from data, okay, certainly, but there's also, we learn a lot of things by being told, or by studying literature, or seeing a movie, or things like that. So this is a very important channel also for learning. And then there's also learning not from data, but constructivist learning, where you construct solutions and you test them out in reality. Okay, so this is sort of a functional approach, which makes perfect sense and is very common. And these are examples of tasks that have been, it's certainly not exhaustive, but tasks that have been studied in AI. In the beginning, it was a lot about equation solving and mathematical theory proving. And this is, I'm talking, the beginning for me is 1950, when the first papers appeared by Claude Shannon, by Turing, and so on. And so in the first beginning of AI, a lot of people involved in it were mathematicians, like McCarthy and Minsky and so on. And so the ability to prove theorems was considered to be a really good example, undisputable example of intelligence. But they also looked at gameplay, which was also believed to be an example that nobody would dispute, that you had to be intelligent for, let's say, being the grandmaster in chess. But then, I mean, there's a lot of other things, and this is certainly not an exhaustive list. But so these are all tasks where we generally agree that intelligence is involved. Now, even there, you could see there's a continuum in generality specificity. So you could say, okay, we are going to deal with logical inference, which is the basis of mathematical theorem proving, and then maybe make a system that proves mathematical theorems, or maybe one that only proves theorems in number theory, or maybe only in theory of the natural numbers. You see, so can be more and more specific. And obviously, more success is reached with specificity, with specific tasks, because the more general you are, the more difficult it is. And so if you have a system doing number theory, would not necessarily be good in proving theorems in geometry. And again, there you could say Euclidean geometry, as specialization. Now, what about discovery? So coming up with possible theorems to prove. So this were, for theorem proving, but also for other fields, you have this kind of continuum. Okay, so the methodology is quite clear. You identify a mental task. Then you build a system. Either you get the system by programming it or by self-learning. I should say also that from the 1950s, learning was on top of the agenda. There's sometimes this, idea that learning is a new thing, but actually, from the very beginning of AI, it was always about learning. Then you demonstrate performance, and then if this performance is reached, then we say, okay, the system exhibits artificial intelligence. It is not a simulation or a kind of virtual intelligence, but it's real in the sense that it solves real problems, but it is man-made. That's what artificial means. Now, what are the problems with this approach? Well, the first problem is that there are shifting horizons. There's a tendency to assume that a task, as soon as this can be done by a computer, it no longer requires intelligence. And so we have seen that all over the history of AI that, things which were on top of the agenda, like mathematical theorem proving, once they were shown to be done by a computer system or AI systems, it was no longer considered to be AI. And so this is an example here. Already in 1963, we had programs, such as the Saint program by James Slagle, to solve freshman calculus problems. Specifically, he wrote a system that could solve all the exams that they were giving to MIT first-year students in engineering about calculus. So, you know, this was considered to be amazing at the time, and it certainly was. Then you get Maxima in the 70s, which is sort of building further on top of that. And this leads then to Mathematica, which is now used all over the world for symbolic integration. But nobody would call Mathematica artificial intelligence at the moment. So this is an example, and there are many like that, where actually what is seen as achievement of AI becomes accepted and is then no longer viewed as requiring intelligence. So this is a problem. I mean, if you have a definition of a field and when there's a good result, then the definition shifts. It's not a good situation. The second is, of course, why should we be limited to human tasks or human intelligence? I mean, there are many things that we cannot do, but that can be done with computational systems. Example of that is for information retrieval. You know, the things that Google is doing. Of course, it is possible to build as a human to do that. In fact, there was an experiment in the beginning of the 20th century by Paul Otlet, who's in Belgium. That's why, you know, as a Belgian, I'm trying to introduce some Belgian history here. He came up with this idea of the web, actually, but it was not electronic, it was not digital, but it was all on cards, and people could send I was always going to say email, but of course they couldn't. You could send a letter asking a question, and then they would respond to the letter, because he set up a vast archive of books and journals, and he's one of the founders actually of modern libraries and library systems. So it is possible to conceive of something like a Google search and on the World Wide Web as a human activity, but obviously, you know, it is never going to have the same scope as when we do it with the computational systems. The third problem with this definition is in the testing phase. I mean, it turns out to be very difficult to get a good notion of the performance of AI systems. In fact, there's a general tendency to over-interpret what an AI system can do. And you know, this is a natural reaction, particularly with robots, actually. You know, people see a robot doing something, maybe picking up a cup, and then they assume that it can pick up all sorts of objects, or that it can pick up a cup, even if there's no, I don't know the name of it, but this thing, you know, so that the cup just is like this, that you'd have to take like this instead of like this here, right? So, but that may not be the case. In fact, in many cases, a robot that can pick up a particular kind of cup can only do that. And if you want to pick up something else, then this requires another PhD student to deal with that. So this is a big thing, is a weakness that we have as humans, that we tend to overinterpret. We see something being done on a particular case, and we generalize because the system knows as much as we do, and so that it can do many other cases. Now, also another problem is that, you know, these days you have the training data, test data, and then performance is taken on the measured on the test data. But I mean, the test data usually has the same statistical distribution and does not have outliers or messy situations that you find in the real world. And so, so this is sort of bias in the test data, which and in the training data, which is also in the test data, which gives results or claims about results which are just not true. You know, a good example of that is in machine translation. So there is this measure called BLEU, or BLEU, which is commonly used, one of the measures for the quality of machine translation. Now, this measure does not take at all into account the meaning of what has to be translated. It actually is comparing n-grams, and then it will give a score depending on how well those n-grams are matching. But since, because these, a lot of these translation systems are based on n-grams, you know, they get better and better with this kind of n-gram matching. But this is not the same as a good translation. I mean, I have a little example here. I typed in this morning in Google Translate this phrase here, give her the key. Now, in Spanish, it's translated as dale la llave, okay? Now, if you reverse the translations, then you get, of this sentence here, you get, give him the key. So, well, wait a minute. I mean, there's a difference. If you say, should I give the key to Ulysses or to Teresa? And I say, give her the key, and it gets translated to give him the key. Well, this is not quite what we want. But the BLEU measure would say perfect translation, you know, because there is the matching of the n-grams. So a good translator, if he wants to preserve the gender of the pronoun, would have to turn things around and say, she should be given the key, for example. So Ella, you know, then it's she. And indeed, if you turn the translation around, she should get the key. Well, she should get the key. It doesn't say give, but anyway, at least you know that it's about her. Now, this is just a tiny example, but if you start investigating the quality of translation, then it's full of that. And of course, it is because these translation systems have no clue about the meaning and often about the grammar, you know, the grammatical layer that is used. So this is just an example where the measures that are used to test the performance of an AI system are just not adequate. And I feel that this is something that should be emphasized also more in terms of regulations, that much more proper testing is required than we do today. A final problem with this functional style of definition is the deceit, okay? Because you're only looking at directly observable performance of a system. You're not looking at how it is built, what is going on inside. And so this encourages trickery, particularly for demos, but it's not necessarily with bad intention, you know, but but it's just that people optimize for performance measures, but they do not, I mean, these systems are not built in to actually capture the competence. Now, there are many examples of that. It's an annoying feature of also in companies like, I mean, Google announced a few years ago this 2018, this Google Duplex, which was supposed to allow you to call up, well, not you call up, but an AI system would call up, let's say, a restaurant or a hairdresser and make an appointment for you. And very quickly after this, there were all sorts of questions about how real is this demo? You know, and of course, it's possible that they were doing something and then editing or I don't know what, but there's a lot of indicators that it's an observable performance and everybody was very impressed. But if you go deeper into that, then there's a question whether this sort of, you know, it's all this obsession with the Turing test, right? And I think Turing did a disservice to the field with this Turing test, because the Turing test is based on deceit. If the system can deceive the user that it is an AI system, then it wins. But the way to do that may have nothing to do with reality. And there's this Loebner Prize for passing the Turing test, and you see that very clearly. I mean, there's no AI science or new engineering results coming out of that particular contest. Anyway, the second approach is a mechanistic approach. And basically, the idea is that you look at the mechanisms, you look at how it is built. And it is like if you say a diesel car, you know, it's with a diesel engine. So, so here you say a system is an AI system if it relies critically on certain types of mechanisms. Now, and these mechanisms, well, they are AI mechanisms, but it's a bit a circular definition. But it's the kind of things that have been researched in AI labs that are in the textbooks, are taught, are discussed at conferences and so on. And these mechanisms are certainly information processing mechanisms, because AI is about information processing. So that means there are algorithms and data structures. And well, so we have to categorize certain classes of algorithms and data structures as AI algorithms. Now, one aspect of it already is that quite well, almost always an AI algorithm or the parameters of the algorithm are data for another AI algorithm, so that learning can take place. Now, these are some examples of mechanisms that would be typically taught in a course on AI. This is certainly not exhaustive. You know, by now we have thousands of these mechanisms, and each of them is a family of mechanisms. And, you know, like reinforcement learning, for example, I mean, there's a whole family. There are hundreds of people who have studied, or thousands maybe, reinforcement learning. There's a historical evolution also. Some of these mechanisms are very specific. For example, the Huff transform, discovered in the mid-60s, is about edge detection. And but it's still being used, refined, changed, you know, plays a role in computer vision. Unification is actually is the core of logical inference machines and of systems like Prolog for logic programming. And so again, this was also appeared in the 1960s. I should say that the history of AI, you know, you see occasionally you see a new family emerge, but this is rare. Certainly after 70 years of AI development, usually we see, you know, changes, refinements, and then certain classes of algorithms become usable because we now have the computational resources. But it's a field with a history, a long history already. And for example, here, error backpropagation in multi-layered networks. Well, this whole thing started in 1958 with a paper by Rosenblatt, you know, and new advances in the 80s by Rumelhart, McClelland, and groups in San Diego, you know, and then we have deep learning, which is actually based on this historical development. Anyway, so these mechanisms, so, you know, the way I view this the history of AI is a bit like this kind of web of things, where you have algorithms popping up and then, you know, develop for a while, then they're put aside, and then they are rediscovered or reinvented, and things go on like that. A useful way to classify all these algorithms, or the use of the algorithms, is like this. So you have quite a whole line families of algorithms which are data-based, in the sense that they try to make AI based on data. and deep learning is an example of that. Another big class is knowledge-based, in the sense that they're about capturing what is known in a certain domain, like medicine, for example, or about a technical device. And by dialogue with experts or by dialogue with non-experts, and then build a system, but the knowledge is like the key of it. And then you also have behavior-based AI, which is particularly relevant for robotics. And so each of these lines of research, I would say, and development go back to the 50s. I mean, the first database I mentioned already, Rosenblatt, but Shannon, for example, wrote a few foundational papers in this area. This started particularly with the work of McCarthy and Herb Simon and Alan Newell and so on, around 1956 with the Dartmouth workshop. And behavior-based AI actually goes back to cybernetics, to experiments like Walter Gray with the turtles and so on, and revived in the late 80s, in the 90s in particular, you know, to try and avoid using a lot of knowledge to build adaptive robots that could function in real-time open environments. Anyway, I cannot, of course, start giving a course here in AI, but let's see what are the problems with this mechanism-oriented definition. I mean, there's also a shifting horizon. So these algorithms have a tendency to become part of the general toolkit of computer science. After all, they are algorithms. And an example of that is search algorithms. I mean, in the 50s and 60s, AI was for a while called heuristic programming. It was all about search and finding, you know, search algorithms and heuristics, and so a lot of results appeared at that time, but they basically fed into computer science. But these algorithms are still relevant, you know, like a system like AlphaGo is completely within this philosophy of heuristic programming. The difference is mostly in terms of the learning of the heuristics for damping the combinatorial explosions in search spaces. So this is one problem. The second problem is that the emphasis on mechanisms has a kind of narrowing effect. I mean, well, every family of algorithms tends to have a group of people who advocate and research that algorithm. And well, it's human nature, I suppose, but they tend to believe that their algorithm is the only true AI algorithm. And so they think it should be used for everything, and the other algorithms are not AI. At the moment, we see this very clearly with the advocates of deep learning, okay? And so then you meet people and say, well, something is only AI when it uses deep learning. Now, this is, I think, sad, because it throws away, you know, the vast number of other methods we have. I mean, it would be a bit to equate mathematics with, I don't know, with natural number theory. It's just one corner of the landscape of AI mechanisms. And this is bad because, you know, developers need to keep an open mind about which algorithms are adequate for their challenge. And maybe they have to develop or they discover new algorithms. So, of course, we have to use deep learning or convolutional neural networks, yes. But I mean, for certain applications, it may be more important to use, I don't know, constraint propagation or some other technique. So let me look at the time here. Oh, it's already 10, I see. Teresa, do I still have time?
Yes, I would say 5 minutes if you want to have sometimes also for questions, answers.
Yeah. I'll try to finish in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the issue, now the third issue that I would like to promote is an issue-oriented approach. And by that I mean that you could say intelligence is required when a task and the environment in which the task has to be executed, if that task has certain properties, so that we can actually, the normal way in which in computer science we would deal with the problem cannot be applied. And for example, if you have a sorting task, then you can write an algorithm, and this algorithm, you can prove its correctness, and that will always work. But then the problems that AI has been, trying to deal with are actually the tasks where this is not possible. And so, then I was going to discuss examples of AI issues. And some of them have to do with computational complexity. For example, combinatorial explosions in search spaces. And so you get that very easily, actually, as soon as you have to make a decision or a choice, and there are different possibilities, but you don't know yet which one will be a good one. And then you get another decision to make, and another, and another, and another. And it's only after a chain of decisions that you know that you made the right choice. So you have this in game playing, you have it in language processing, you get it all over the place. So this is what I mean. You have these issues like dealing with combinatorial search, which shows up in all sorts of tasks. And there are many mechanisms that have been devised to deal with them. And so this is actually what I would characterize as AI. Now, it's not only complexities issues, a complexity for dealing with combinatorial explosions, but also a complexity, for example, to find elements in very large repositories, like in a dictionary or in a set of rules, or, there again, there's a complexity because the time of searching usually depends on the size of the repository in which you have to search. So if you have only 10 items, it's trivial to write an algorithm. But if you have 10 million items, the issue of time becomes important. And of course, if it scales up to 100, then it will take more and more time, unless you find mechanisms that will deal with this. And again, this is another issue in AI, is to deal with all that. But I also want to emphasize the epistemological issues. These have to do with the nature of knowledge. And there are simply limitations to what is knowable. For example, if we are, AI systems are using categories for categorizing the world, like colors or shapes or diseases or, diagnostic states of a technical system. And so these categories have to be applied to the world. Now we know that categories that always have fuzzy boundaries, they are dynamic, they are depend on context, there's top-down influence on categorization, there's diversity in categories between different humans, even in the same community, on how they categorize and name these categories. So this is an example of a epistemological issue, because it's not, there's no unique, let's say, objective way to categorize. These categorizations depend on a lot of factors. And there are many other issues, like we have, for example, the frame problem in AI, which is about coming up with an adequate descriptive model of dynamical situations. There's the binding problem, well, as they call it in neuroscience, which is about the ability to represent, to keep information about different entities and compare them. So there's a whole set of epistemological issues. There's a whole set of issues that come up when you're dealing with open task environments, where the new cases appear and so on. And there are human interaction issues. Now, I had slides about all this, but I'm sorry. So I will skip them. Maybe just, just a simple example, actually. This is about in how far you want to use, well, a big question in all this is also in how far you can arrive at a kind of algorithmic solution, first of all, in open situations like traffic signs. There can be a new traffic sign. Now, if you have a solution where you have to retrain with millions of examples again a network because a new traffic sign is coming up, I mean, this is not acceptable, right? So this is another example of open task environments. And traffic signs is a good example to question whether you can do that with computer vision techniques which do not take meaning into account. Because you have, there can be traffic signs which have something based on it or graffiti on it. And today's algorithms, they would completely mess up when you show a sign like this, or when it is raining and foggy, or the color is faded, or light conditions. So this is the real world. This illustrates this problem also of testing. Anyway, I have to conclude here. And so the conclusion I would like to put forward is that in the assessment of whether an AI application is trustworthy, robust, etc., it should include actually that we ask the developers to examine which of these AI issues were present in their application domain. Were there combinatorial explosions? Is the domain closed? Usually it's not, but they pretend it is. What kind of categories are in the domain? Are we dealing with dynamic situations that need to be properly modeled? And things like that. And then we have to assess by asking where the right mechanisms, where the right mechanisms being used to deal with these issues. And this is exactly like in architecture when you have to build a bridge. There's certain issues that you will have to deal with, like the length of the area that you have to cover with your bridge, or the heaviness of the trucks or other materials that will be carried by the bridge and things like that. So these are the issues for the engineer that's going to design the bridge. And then he's going to use materials, components, and building techniques. And so those who assess whether the design is trustworthy and appropriate will have to know whether all the issues, what they are, and whether they have been taken into account, and whether a particular method will be able to deal with this. And so this is, I think, complementary to the proposals that we have today. But in order to do this properly, we have to think a lot more about the nature of AI issues and actually look at the history of AI as efforts to find mechanisms to deal with these issues. Let me conclude then here, and I thank you for your attention, and maybe Teresa, we can have a few questions.
Thank you, Luc. And I would like to ask you. Okay, thank you again. And I would like to ask, if there are any questions in the audience here in Venice, and then I would ask Christian, who is also our online chair for today. So, hi Christian, if there is, ciao, if there are questions online.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions online.
Okay, so let's start from the online because I don't see if there. Okay, there are at least also two here. So maybe I would start from here or from online. Okay, and then okay from the two questions here in Venice. So go, Christian.
So about the issue-oriented approach, those issues are usually simplified away by using assumptions, both in AI systems and in classical IT systems. How do we decide the level of assumptions that makes a system an AI system?
Well, I mean, so I would say that we have to analyze the tasks and the domain and the human interaction with the system to identify these kinds of issues that we can classify as AI issues. And so, you know, and then the mechanisms to deal with them. And some tasks may not be AI require, or they may not show AI issues, or we thought they did, and then we find out that they don't. And so it's not something we know in advance.
Okay, thank you, Luc. And Christian, do you have your other second question? Otherwise.
Yeah, we have another one. My question is that given the roots of AI research being based in trying to deceive other humans, this still affects the efforts of establishing trustworthy AI today?
Well, the first thing I would say is that this deception was Turing's idea, the idea of Alan Turing. It was certainly not the most common idea. In fact, in the time it appeared, and also in the context of the Dartmouth conference, the Turing test was not viewed as, you know, what AI was trying to achieve. And also, if you went to AI conferences during all these decades, I mean, there are no papers, no research programs that say we are trying to deal with the Turing test. And so this is an unfortunate, you know, thing that I think in philosophers or outsiders, they talk a lot about the Turing test, but the basic motivation of AI from the beginning was very pragmatic, was to solve problems, concrete problems in the world, like you know, problems of diagnosing a power plant, for example, or configuring computer systems, or doing interpretation of logging data. And so I do not agree at all that the basis of AI are in deception. In fact, I think this is a very bad way to think about it.
Okay. So I think, okay, maybe Atia, just, I don't know if it's better because there is the camera pointed. So if, do we ask people to come here in front of the microphone, right? Okay, great. So.
Yeah, oh, look, I thought some very nice issues that you raised. I had one provocative statement. So in the beginning, you said, oh, there are many methods that, you know, are actually not AI, that are classified AI, like pattern recognition and other stuff. So I agree that today people tend to sell everything as AI that involves any sort of Python code or something like this. That's not true. But I think an important message is to say that a lot of what AI does are actually very simple methods. Right? So for me, the key to trustworthy AI is demystifying AI. Stop talking about intelligence, talk about vector matrix multiplication, about numerical optimization, about data structures, right? So the message is really AI is essentially basic mathematics and basic algorithmic engineering applied to complex problem. End of story. So just what you think about it, you know, make it simple, not complex.
No, I would agree with that characterization, but I would add, I would make it more narrow. And so by saying it's it's exactly what you are pointing out, but it's about trying to solve problems that have certain characteristics. And you know, the techniques, there are lots of techniques like in numerical analysis that are perfectly okay and that are needed to solve certain problems. In fact, they do them. But, you know, if we want AI, maybe we should forget about AI and call it all computing or computer science. But this is what I propose, that it is certain problems we try to solve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, Ulysses has a question.
Well, very inspiring talk.
Maybe if you can go
I
first.
have to, yeah. There is two issues I want you to elaborate a little more. So one is related with the epistemological side. So one of the problems is that if you have, and we go with the idea that Paul already expressed it, that you have mathematical methods, then the epistemology doesn't play a good role, because you will have a lot of troubles in making a good specification, logic specification of epistemology. So then you are separating one of the most interesting parts of AI. So how you combine your approach that, well, you have a very solid mathematical thing, and then you include the epistemological issue, because if not, many of the knowledge-based part or the translation of the behavioral part of the AI learning will go into the mathematical methods. It won't be very easy. So there is something in between of these two levels that should be elaborated. And we go back to this idea of differentiation of physical level and well, knowledge level. That's one thing. And the other that is very interesting to me, I sent immediately an email to Atia, Dario, and Christian, because you know that we are trying to mark the use of systems with red, yellow, and green to talk about their trustability. So what about if new colors appear? So how we learn, how we decide, how we integrate new conventions in any system. And I don't believe that you can do that without a good epistemological system. So again, it goes far away from the maths or more classical maths.
Yeah, well, I can only agree with your comments. You know, a lot of the issues already come up in just defining the problem, let's say, which is one of the things you pointed out, right? So the modeling aspect, the definition of the problem, and if you have if you can really define a problem very well in mathematical terms, then it is very well possible that an existing method will do it. There was an example in the chat actually of somebody saying, let me find it back, you know, a calculator, well, requires intelligence. Well, certainly people used to think that it required intelligence. And now we have calculators, but it is not, calculation does not turn out to be a problem that has these complexity issues, epistemological issues, the open, you know, that it's very well defined and we can completely handle it. So this is the whole idea that we have to pin down better what these issues are that make a problem not solvable in algorithmic ways, classical ways, or mathematical ways, but that we need something else.
Just a historical memento. 30 years ago, we were together discussing about these same topics in an island just in front of here. We are getting old.
Yes, yes, yes. It was in the Fondazione Cini, yeah.
Okay, so thank you. We don't have further time to continue the conversation. For those of you who are here in Venice can, of course, exploit the coffee break. But now we have to move ahead. And I would like to thank you, Luc, for this beautiful presentation. And yeah, it was very inspiring. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And now, so now we would like to introduce a little bit the work we have done within the AI4EU project, in particular the Observatory on Society and AI. So I would ask to open one of the presentation, Observatory presentation. And I would also call my colleague Atia Cortès. So we introduce together. And yeah, thank you, Atia, and for being here.
We are going to
Yes,
the slides.
Yes, we should.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So as Teresa said, we want to briefly explain.
Yes.
One of these.
Okay, okay, we can use this one. Oh, okay.
So we want to just briefly explain a little bit what we have been doing during this year and a half, just as an introduction, because during today and tomorrow, we will be introducing a little bit with more detail our work. So first of all, what is this Observatory on Society and AI? It's part of the AI4EU project, more specifically in Work Package 5. It's one of its tasks. Our objective is to promote not only the ethical aspects of AI, which we are lately talking a lot of them, but also the legal, the socioeconomic, and the cultural dimensions that have an impact on AI, especially in Europe. I have to apologize because this slide is not updated. Here is the team with Teresa, Francesca Fofano, Luc Steels, and Cortès, but it should also include Christian Barrouet, which is following from Barcelona, Andrea from the University of Umeo, and other collaborators. So as I said, we want to open the discussion to different dimensions that affect AI, not only the ethical aspects that have an impact on, for example, the human rights or the autonomy of humans that are using this artificial intelligence, but also we want to focus on the regulatory framework, especially in the domain of Europe. So how we are complying with different European regulations and how we will adapt to the new ones that are coming. Also, we want to study a little bit the impact that AI has for social goods, of how it is being applied in democratic processes, in public administrations, and things that have an impact direct on society, and especially for vulnerable groups, vulnerable populations. We also want to tackle the economic aspects, such as how is it helping to make everything more efficiency, more sustainable for the environment. We believe that the environmental dimension is also very relevant nowadays, especially with the kind of computations that we are doing nowadays with artificial intelligence. And finally, as also Luc has now been talking about, we want to study the cultural impact of AI, and in particular, with the work that we have been doing with the working groups, we want to see how is the European map on education in AI, especially in AI ethics, how is it being completed nowadays, which will be the new skills that the population will need to cope with artificial intelligence and to adapt it in their work daily. So this is more or less the general map that we want for the AI4EU Observatory. What have we done until now? So just a few numbers. In the observatory, our aim was to collect different kinds of resources. The main one is the articles. Some of them are written by the AI4EU Observatory team, but we are also always welcoming contributions from external people. So we have until now 55 articles. So we have most of them regarding ethical aspects of AI, but also some in legal, socioeconomic, and cultural aspects. We are also promoting different activities, especially workshops, conferences that are taking place, especially remotely these last months in Europe. But also we are collecting kind of a repertoire of what is going on in Europe regarding centers and networks that are working in these ELSEC aspects of AI. And also we have been collecting different kinds of reports related to AI and ethics, AI and law, particularly national strategies and this kind of documents. Also very briefly, as other tasks in the AI4EU project, we have been very involved in the editorial and the promotional team, working, for example, with Long, who is present here, trying to design how this AI4EU platform should be to attract more AI stakeholders, and also how to promote the content and reach to more people. And also we have been involved in this gender committee tasks, trying to promote and enhance the visibility of women in AI and other vulnerable groups. And finally, one task that we are performing lately is to provide some ethical training and assessment to one work package in AI4EU, which is dealing with industrial pilots, but also with another work package regarding cascade funding projects. So these are micro projects that are now taking place, and they need some kind of ethical mentoring to continue their development. And now Teresa will explain you briefly also the work on these working groups.
Yeah, thank you, Atia. Yes, so in the context of the AI4EU Observatory, we also undertook these activities, and we created 3 working groups. There is also one working group which is coordinated by Luc Steels, but on our side, we created 3 working groups, which are semi-organized groups, gathering experts from different fields, and some of them are part of the AI4EU project, others are outside. So the idea was also to open the AI4EU project to other peoples and other experts. And we adopted an approach, a multidisciplinary dialogue based on multidisciplinary dialogue. So we also want to promote diversity, especially from the perspective addressing trustworthy AI. We also adopted a bottom-up approach because we want to have proactive participations in order to make people actively participating and also undertaking their own goals and trying to share goals and work together. And also we're trying to follow an approach based on experiential learning. So learning from experience, trying to especially looking at how ethics principles applied in concrete real world scenarios. And so in the end, as you will see in this workshop, we will present the work that this group of people, here you see the names of people, participants, working group members, and I would like to thank them because they really contributed on a voluntary basis, and we were enthusiastic for the work we have done together. These people are distributed mainly in 3 groups, one which has worked more on social awareness, and now we will briefly also present some results within this group with a survey conducted involving 4,000 of citizens, European citizens. But tomorrow we will have also the opportunities to share the work done and some work in progress from the other 2 groups. So one on the piloting trustworthy AI, we will present some case studies applying ethical guidelines and recommendations into specific applications, one autonomous driving and the other one is in fintech. And the third group, and also we introduce and have kind of a presentation of an expert consultation that we will be run soon. So we will give you also some details on how to participate. And the third group, we will present some effort we have done in collecting materials and information about AI ethics courses offered in Europe across European institutions. A big thanks also again to working groups members. Some of them are also present here, and it was nice to meet you in person because and others are online connected, and it is really a great pleasure to have you here, and thanks again for the contribution. So I would like to also now welcome the first working group. So applause also to this first working group, because we have Alessandro and Francesca who will present a citizen consultation. So the results, some partial, let's say, a brief, a sketchy outline of the results of a survey on European citizens. So the floor is yours. If we want to change the slides, okay. Yes. Yes, the other slides. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you. It's good to see people present. I need to say it's incredible to see people that we are collaborating from 1 hour, and I'm really happy to have taken part in this project for the working group as AI4EU. So I'm Francesca Poccano from the University of Venice, and I'm here to present you the survey that we conduct in the European Union regarding AI and ethics, together with my colleague, Alessandro Fabris from the University of Padua. But as Teresa and Atia mentioned, this is a common effort, so I would like also to mention the collaboration that we've done with Christian Bauer, with Atia Cortès, with Long Pam, and of course with Teresa Scantamburlo. So we will see a little bit of the introduction, how we decided to do the survey, what was the survey about, and then my colleague Alessandro will present to you the result and open a little bit of discussion of what we found. So the working group on social awareness, as we mentioned before, had the goal to increase people awareness on AI and try to understand what people know about AI, what is their perception, their attitude, their trust, and in particular related to the ESEC issues. So the ethical, legal, social, economical, and cultural issues that cover a lot of topics. About us, we was 6 participants, as I mentioned before. And the good thing was that we was all coming from interdisciplinary area. So we have people from computer science, people from philosophy, communication, engineer, psychology, just to mention a couple of them. The meetings was like 1-2 times a month for the last year. So it was an effort consistent, I would like to say, that we took for do this questionnaire. And the result, of course, was the result for this questionnaire that we will present here. So what we saw, it was that it was a huge necessity to have a survey that was include not only the opinion of all European citizens, or at least a major part of them. So we tried to kind of represent the European Union, even if we didn't cover all the country, of course, in AI. And then we wanted also to assess whether citizens were aware of the recent European initiative, just to mention something like the GDPR or the ethical guideline, or even the proposal regulation on AI. And also we wanted to have an insight of what was the citizen priority and opinion regarding AI. So what was our survey construct? So we interviewed 4,000 European citizens, and we cover 8 European countries. So we had 500 citizens for each country. The survey was translated for each country. So they was answering in their own language. And we gathered opinion on 3 different topics. So we had AI awareness, AI aptitude, and trust in AI. So why this category? AI awareness was a set of questionnaire to understand what people was believing to know about AI, and if they were aware of the impact that AI have over their life. And we have 7 questions mentioned as item here to assess this category. Then we had AI attitude. That was a set of questions to understand the approach they had toward AI, and also if they wanted to improve the knowledge about AI. If they was interested in course, into attending them, they wanted to further education. We have 5 questions also here. And then lastly, we have trust in AI. That was a set of questions to assess if citizen was trusting AI, but also the governance of AI. So which kind of entities should ensure the correct use of AI. And here was other 4 questions for a total of 16 questions. So here we can see a map of the country involved. We have Italy, Spain, Poland, Netherlands, Germany, Romania, France, and Sweden. We try to cover as much while possible to have a correct representation, as much possible correct, of the European Union and what citizens are more likely to believe. This is our sample. So this is the kind of person that we interview. We interview online, I forgot to mention. This interview was done in collaboration to MPS, was a company that was that did the survey in all the countries. We collect opinion from people from age from 18 years old to 75 years old, and we ensure to have a balanced age. So as you can see, there is 3 categories of age. We have 18-34, we have 35-54 years old, and then we have 55 to 75 years old. We also make sure to have a representation for each geographical area in the countries. So each country have their own representation inside a region or a province. And then we also ensure to have a gender balance. And as I mentioned before, we had at the end 4,000 people involved in this survey. So here I would like to read our definition for artificial intelligence. Of course, this was a more simple version, even though we try to not simplify for artificial intelligence in order for people that was not aware what we was speaking about, what we was going to ask them, like the general topic of the questionnaire, and for one that was aware, maybe to have a little bit more focus on the topic. So in our opinion and our definition, artificial intelligence refers to a computer system that can perform tasks that usually require intelligence. For example, making decisions, achieving goals, planning, learning, reasoning, etc. AI system can perform these tasks based on objectives set by human with a few explicit instructions. I will now pass the floor to my colleague Alessandro, and he will present the results based on the category that we saw before. So Alessandro, if you want to join.
Right. Hello, folks. I trust that you can hear me, or otherwise will let me know. And yeah, time to have a look at our results after introducing AI we asked of our respondents how competent they feel about AI and its implications on society. And we asked how competent they feel on a 5-point Likert scale. Do they feel their competence is expert, advanced, intermediate, basic, or almost none? And we're going to report the inexperienced to knowledgeable ratio. So we count the respondents who said they feel their competence is basic to 0, next to 0, and divided by the number of respondents who say they feel their competence is expert or advanced. And overall, we find this ratio to be 2.3. So roughly for every person who feels knowledgeable, there are over 2 who say, well, I don't feel particularly knowledgeable about AI and its impact on society. This varies a lot by age. So for the younger bracket, we find that the ratio is close to 1, i.e. for every knowledgeable person, there's 1 who feels inexperienced. The ratio goes up for the intermediate bracket, where people who feel inexperienced start being more prevalent, and even more so for the more senior bracket between 55 and 75 years of age. Next, we also wanted to know how familiar people are with European Union initiatives about regulation of AI. And we asked, have you at least heard of these? And these are GDPR, now turning 5 this year, the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, and the very recent proposal for a regulation on AI. And we find that over 66% of European citizens, actually 66, are aware of GDPR, while for the newer regulation proposals, the awareness is around 30%. So GDPR, privacy data protection, is something that our respondents did have in mind. And we were also curious about the extent to which respondents feel AI impacts their daily lives and activities. Again, on a 5-point Likert scale, and we are going to report a impacted to indifferent ratio. So people who feel very impacted divided by how many feel not so impacted by AI. And we actually deliberately asked this question twice, once at the beginning of the questionnaire and once at the end, and the figure changes. At the beginning, it's 1.8, and at the end, it's 3.2. So this suggests that even a simple instrument, such as a questionnaire that makes citizens reflect about their awareness of AI, their trust of AI, it can be useful to think about these issues and interactions with AI on a daily basis. We move on to attitude towards AI, and we started broadly. So our curiosity to begin with was how do people feel about AI? We have just defined it for them. How do you feel about this idea of AI and its applications? And again, on a 5-point Likert scale, and we're going to report the approving to disapproving ratio. And there's some good news. Overall, it's a very high ratio. So for every person who disapproves of AI, there are 6 who think, well, you know what, I approve of this. And again, this varies a lot by age. And younger people are definitely more enthusiastic about AI. And the focus of this presentation is not, differences with respect to countries, but we couldn't resist having something on European heterogeneity. So there you go. And we see roughly 3 clusters here. There's the skepticals, I will call them this, although here approval is still, the ratio is over 1. So a majority of people in Germany, the Netherlands and France approves of AI, but to a lesser extent than other countries, such as Sweden and Poland, who are roughly aligned with the respondents' average. And then we can identify this enthusiastic cluster consisting of Italy, Spain, and Romania, where AI approval seems to be larger. And now we start zooming in. What about approval in different sectors? Again, same old story, approving to disapproving ratio. And keep in mind, AI in general had an approval ratio close to 6. So it's very low for human resources. People don't like AI being used in applications of human resources. And also transportation and military. Well, still, the approval is higher than the disapproval. Let's keep this in mind, but it's below average. Transportation and military, and then aligned to the average, we find healthcare, finance, and insurance. Now, moving on to things that are above average, we find agriculture and law enforcement, manufacturing, and the highest approval is for environmental applications. And here, among these 4 sectors that are above average, at least 3, namely agriculture, manufacturing, and environmental, these are sectors where concerns about privacy and data protection perhaps feel a bit more distant, a bit more in the background. So this may be a food for thought and interpretation of these results. And zooming in further, we presented a couple specific scenarios to our respondents. First one is a job application in 2 stages. So in the first stage, a job applicant simply provides their resume along with an answer to a set of questions, attitudinal questions. And these are churned automatically by a system who decides who gets to make it to stage 2, which is a more classical in-person interview. And we ask, to what extent would you feel comfortable with this process? Again, on a 5-point Likert scale. And the approval ratio is 1.7, which is lower than anything we've seen before, sector by sector, or for AI in general. In the second scenario, we think about smart meters or smart homes. So there's a smart meter measuring the consumption by different home appliances, and also measuring the price of electricity as it changes throughout the day. And based on these, it can make recommendations to home dwellers about how to shift some of their consumptions in order to save money. And again, the question is how comfortable you would feel with this application. And here, the comfortable to uncomfortable ratio is 4.2. And both this figure and the one we've seen before for the job application is rather low if we compare it to what we've seen sector by sector. So again, once respondents' personal data and lives start being at stake, I think respondents become a little bit more hesitant about how they feel comfortable with AI. And finally, we were also interested in trust in AI. And we began by asking about specific entities. To what extent would you trust the following entities to ensure that AI is in the best interest of the public? And same old 5-point Likert scale and trusting to skeptical ratio. So the lowest ratio is for social media companies, who again were involved somewhat recently in scandals about data protection. So this is a common theme. Next, we have national governments, and in the higher trust range, we have 3 entities: the European Union, well, types of entities, consumer associations, and tech companies, who in essence are, well, there's legislators here, there's watchdogs, and there's developers. So we have all the roles contemplated. And finally, way up in the rankings are universities and research centers, So if you work in any of these, responsibility, people trust you. And the last question here was about priorities. And so with respect to these scenarios we have just seen, there's many concerns that one can have in mind. Which one would you think an organization should prioritize? And we thought about societal and environmental impact, accountability, clear communication about the scope of a product and how it works, human supervision, privacy and data protection, security and accuracy, and equity. So for a relative majority of respondents, privacy and data protection are very important. Close contenders to this in terms of values are security and accuracy, human supervision, and equity. So the idea that products and services should work well for different subpopulations, for instance, for men and women. And finally, concerns that are a bit more in the background for our respondents are societal and environmental impact, accountability, and clear communication. And again, let us remember that 66% of our citizens reported being aware of GDPR. So perhaps this has played a role after 5 years. I think it has contributed to citizens' awareness about the importance of their data and the importance of protecting it. Right. So we're ready to summarize our key takeaways. European citizens don't feel knowledgeable about AI and its impact on society. Despite this fact, they mostly approve of it and its applications in different sectors, although the degree of approval varies by sector, and it also varies a lot with the age of respondents or their country. And finally, privacy and data protection, they seem to be fundamental drivers for both trust and approval of different applications. So this is it from us. Thank you for listening, and if there are any questions, we'll be happy to take them.
Just one small reminder. So just to conclude, thank you. Like those were just partial data, and we will probably release like a documentation on a report that we will have more results. So this is just partially what we did. Thank you.
Do we have questions in the audience, or I would ask also either Christian, if there are questions online?
We
okay,
have no questions from the
at the
audience.
moment. Okay, so Evert has one question, so I would ask you to come here. So.
Good morning. Thank you for your super interesting results. I have a couple of questions, but I'll limit myself to one, and that is about the trust slide. And I was wondering whether you combined the outcomes of this trust survey with, let's say, common figures that we have on, let's say, the trustee meters that are published regularly in the European context or national context, because on the basis of this survey alone, you may not have conclusions on trust in AI, but trust in institutions. So they may just represent the general trust that the respondents may have in the institutions that use the AI and not in the AI itself. So therefore, and you can find it out by triangulating with results in the trustee meters. So are you going to do that in the future, or have you done it already? I think this is maybe for a next stage.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's actually an excellent one. And what do we even mean by trust is, it's something that requires thinking. And it's a very good point. We haven't looked into it. And and we will. Thank you for, if you have any pointers to send our way, please, please do.
Yeah. Sara, if you want to.
Yes, please. No, yeah. Meanwhile, Christian, if you have further questions, please let us know. Now we have one question from Cesar.
Hi, thank you very much for the interesting results. My question is very simple. It's with respect to equity. So you mentioned women and men, but I wonder if you have taken a different approach with respect to intersectionality, or if you can expand a little bit.
Yeah, so I will answer to this one. So actually, that was taken from the principle of the ethic guidelines. So it was presented as close as possible from the ethic guidelines. And therefore, we here presented just, the kind of keyword that was representing the concept. But then it was a little bit more longer, let's say, more detailed in what we presented to our citizen. And now I don't remember exactly, I think it was gender, disability, like more broader. But then, of course, this will not represent what inside the equity and the minorities and this kind of category people are more interested in or less interested in. So this will require the other question. Yeah, please.
Good morning. Thank you for your great presentation. I was struck by the positive ratio of acceptance versus non-acceptance, positivity, negativity. Nowhere does it go below 1, actually. Often it's like 10 to 1. At the same time, people seem to be not very confident about their knowledge of AI itself. So I was wondering, have you correlated self-reported knowledge about AI with worry or confidence in AI? How does that go? Are people more knowledgeable, self-reportedly more knowledgeable, more worried about it, or are just people, they trust AI just out of ignorance, basically? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that should be really interesting to see. We didn't have time to look into. However, we didn't ask if there was knowledge. We asked if they thought to be knowledge. So if their perception was to be knowledge. So we didn't check if they actually follow any courses, if they did take any exam. So my suggestion it will be, we could find really interesting results, but it should be taken a little bit more as an insight of what people believe, because of course, and if I remember correctly, 10% was reported to be actually knowledgeable about AI, so it's really little comparison to the majority of them.
Yeah, just a quick addition. We only reported, let's call them first order results here, so no correlations. We thought we should first come up with clear questions and only then start asking them of the data, because otherwise, if you ask too many questions, the data will eventually confess something that may or may not be true. So that's also why we haven't reported anything like that as of now. Thanks.
So
we have one extra question.
Okay, so let's do it, and then we have the coffee. Okay.
Now that the survey is collected and analyzed, is there any additional questions that you would like to consider to add because you think it will be beneficial for the next survey if opportunity is given in the future?
So for the next step, I think there was some interesting results that are interesting to, learn more about. I remember something about education, like there was more people enthusiastic to learn and to have a course about AI, but less, like 10% less was actually interested to attend the course. So that is interesting, to understand. So you're interested to know more, but actually you don't have the time or you don't want to learn more about it. And then there was some country difference that was really interested, and it would be like good to know is that because of the way that narrative on AI or course in AI are being conducted in that country, is for other reason. What are the meaning behind our data, because our data just present like a general overview. I remember we was talking about trust and awareness, the relationship. We was yesterday discussing about that. I think there is a lot of material that can be seen more in detail, because covering ethical, legal, social, economic, and culture issues was a huge effort, and we didn't have the time to go too much in detail, unfortunately, but for the next step, for sure, this could be a good thing.
Do we have another question? Because I think we have also to close, because, okay, maybe we can, I think we can use, since it's in-person hearing, we can ask, exploit the coffee break, I would suggest. Okay, so I'm sorry. So thanks again, Alessandro and Francesca, for this presentation.
Start with the second part of this morning session with the panel discussion, challenges for ethical and legal AI in Europe. My name is Atia Cortès. I will be the moderator, and we will have an increased panel. We have here Paul Lukovic and also Ulises Cortès, replacing last minute the invitation. And we'll also have the participation of Michela Milano, Yanis Compatsiaris, and Frederick Times online. So we will start. First of all, I will introduce yourself very quickly, and I will ask you to thank you. And I will ask you to answer very fast, in like 1 minute. So I would like to start with Michela Milano. She's a full professor of artificial intelligence at the EISI University of Bologna, and she's been part of different European associations related to artificial intelligence. And currently, she is coordinating the Stairway AI funded project. So, good morning, Michela. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Question, ciao. And the question would be, how is your project contributing to the notion of trustworthy AI?
Okay, so I hope that you hear me. So the Stairway is a project that is a follow-up for the European AI on Demand platform. So we have some follow-up projects, and Stairway is one of them. Basically, it starts from the motivation that it is difficult for low-tech SMEs, for example, to access AI resources, and even, I mean, having the awareness of which AI resource can be useful for their business. So Stairway basically is targeting 3 services in the AI on Demand platform that is the access to AI resources for low-tech SMEs. The first service concerns a multi-language interaction with the platform, so that people can interact with the platform in their own language, asking to the platform, basically they're exposing to the platform their needs. Then we have an horizontal matchmaking service that connects AI assets on the platform that include tools, data set, courses, paper, people, but also the Trustworthy AI repository that is on the platform. And this horizontal matchmaking is trying to easily connect these resources. And then the third service is a vertical matchmaking that is basically meant to dimension hardware resources given the needs of the user. So basically, Stairway is contributing to Trustworthy AI directions in indirect way, basically by easing the connection between user needs for Trustworthy AI tools, for example, and Trustworthy AI experts that can, in a way, help them to understand what are their needs and basically to develop Trustworthy AI tool. Then also it establishes a people-to-people connection, so to increase the critical mass also of the trustworthy AI ecosystem. And third, it can helps and ease the access to the trustworthy AI repository and the connected resources. So in this perspective, Stairway can contribute to the trustworthy AI field.
Thank you, Mila. So next we will go with Dr. Paul Bukovic, which is both a scientific director for the German Research Center of Artificial Intelligence in Kaiserslautern. And he's also the chair of embedded intelligence in the computer science department at the of Kaiserslautern. So he's also coordinating the ICT48 human AI network, sorry. So thank you all for being here today, and I will ask you the same question.
So the core notion of Humane AI Net is that we want to build AI systems that do not imitate what humans do, that do not actually replace humans and take decisions for humans, but that work to optimally support humans in coming to their own decisions, in doing what they can do, and enhance people's capabilities. So they enable people to do with AI what they want to do, but what they maybe would not be able to do without AI. I think it's ethically a very important thing, because a lot of the problems that you see with AI is that if you outsource decisions to AI, you can be biased, that there are moral and legal problems with having certain decisions being made by an AI system instead of a human. But if you can build a system that just helps the person to make a better informed decision, that it already, let's say, maybe not solves, but mitigates some of the problems. Special thing about Humane AI Net is that to achieve that, our project tries to combine competences in AI, in different areas of AI, with human-computer interaction. So we have a very strong participation of the human-computer interaction community in our project. And of course, but that's probably something that every serious project in legal and ethical AI does, is we look at methods of embedding legal and ethical concerns by design in the design of the system. But again, I think it's probably something that today is established as what you are. So to summarize, it really is this: how do I optimally support the human? And taking into account that you have to look at the aspect of human-computer interaction rather at a purely technical aspect of AI. If this thing has to be trusted by people and accepted by society.
Thank you, Paul. We will continue with Fredrik Heinz. He is an associate professor of computer science in Linköping University in Sweden, and he is the leader of the reasoning and learning group. He is actually coordinating the tailored ICT48 network for developing the scientific foundations of trustworthy AI. He's also the president of the Swedish AI Society. So Fredrik, please, if you could also answer to this question.
So thank you very much for having me. So I'm the coordinator for the Taylor project, as was mentioned. And the purpose of the Taylor project is really to develop the scientific foundations for trustworthy AI, to kind of develop the technical solutions that enable us to provide these safe, explainable, understandable, and so on systems that we want. And in order to do this, we strongly believe that no single type of technique will be able to solve it, but we really need to integrate techniques coming from learning, optimization, and reasoning. So that's where the acronym comes from, develop trustworthy AI through the integration of learning, optimization, and reasoning. So we expect to contribute both by, of course, doing research in all these three areas and also combining them. So basically, we are developing methods that integrate several different paradigms. So this is, and we're also working on how to integrate learning and reasoning when it comes to actions. So for example, how can we use both reinforcement learning and planning? Or actually there was a paper that was just the distinguished paper that Ichkai learning heuristics for planning as another example. We also have working on social AI, so how to do the same thing but in a multi-agent setting. And of course, we're also interested in how can we simplify the access to these methods and tools and so on. So we have another scientific work package on auto AI. So basically trying to reduce the threshold for being able to use these techniques. As Michaela mentioned, I think it's very important that we're helping companies and organizations that don't have the deep technical knowledge, but still being able to use these techniques and tools as much as possible. And we also, of course, interact with the AI4EU. So that's another thing we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. So I will continue with Yannis Kompatsiaris. He's a research director at Sept ITI. He's the head of multimedia, knowledge, and social media analytics laboratory and the deputy director of the institute. He is also coordinating the ICT48 project AI for Media. So good morning, Yannis.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm glad to be part of this panel. Yes, as mentioned, I'm coordinating AI for Media, which is developing AI technologies for the media sector. And both in our project and in the media sector, Trustworthy AI plays a central role. So we are developing tools for robust, explainable, privacy-preserving, and fair AI in the media sector. More specifically, we work in important related challenges, like, for example, disinformation detection, which is a key issue and can threaten important societal values like democracy and through interference in elections. And also can challenge public health, as we are seeing currently with the pandemic. So we are creating novel methods to increase and guarantee resilience towards attacks, and we create forensic tools for the analysis and detection of fake or tapered content. We also work on societal related issues like detecting and mitigating bias in recommender systems. And we are also involved, and we are organizing related benchmarking activities in order to evaluate the performance of all these methods. And another important aspect is that we are also working on legal and ethical aspects, focusing mainly on the media sector, where we are investigating various models. So, for example, one example is how public law can be combined with self-regulatory measures, such as codes of conduct. And finally, all these are part of research activities, but we are also having important training activities, because it is important to train new scientists on these topics, both how to apply and how to develop. So we are part of a European AI doctoral academy, and we are also developing demonstrators in collaboration with SME partners in the project, which can interact with other partners outside the project. So I will say a quite complete ecosystem contributing to this topic, focusing on the media sector.
Thank you, Yannis. And to close this round of presentations, we have Ulises Cortès. He's a professor at the Universidad Politécnica de Catalunya. He's been working in artificial intelligence since 1992. He's the coordinator of AI activities at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center and is a member of several ethical committees. And also he is the AI4EU Work Package 5 coordinator. So Ulises, if you could also answer to this question.
Thanks for placing Sara Mancini. Okay, so I'm saying that I'm replacing Professor Mario Sullivan, that unfortunately cannot be with us today. I believe that the most obvious way to contribute to trustworthiness in AI is this event. Also, the working groups that have been doing an excellent job creating opinion. The survey that you already saw. AI4EU is a very large project. It was supposed to be the central element for the articulation of the AI activities in the EU funding activities. We have more or less a platform, and inside the platform there are several activities, research and also industrial activities that we have piloting. And one of the important things is that in the industrial activities, but also in the research activities, Work Package 5 is working to try to give advice to the developers to follow the high-level group expert on AI in order they try to create their applications following those rules. And I believe that it's the first time that from a project we try to make those rules to be accomplished, or at least follow it and have some feedback to the Commission if they receive it somewhere. The other thing that we did and that was very important was our participation in the tip types. So once the guidelines were created by the Commission, well, no one knew how to apply them. So we were commissionated, AI4EU in particular, Work Package 5 was commissionated to go and have interviews with, I believe, 500, 50 companies all over Europe, different sizes. So one of our companions there was to the companies, stay there, help them to answer those questionnaires, and then we create a complete repertoire of all the answers and give a feedback to the Commission. So I believe that that was the first step, and now we are closing that circle with this workshop.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start with another round of questions. First of all, so last year, the European Conference on Artificial Intelligence took place just 1 year ago, and it was the first time that it went virtual in its history. So Teresa and I had the chance, and also Francesca had the chance to help in the back office of the moderating two panels discussing the European challenges regarding the progress of artificial intelligence. And the panelists that we have today participated in one of the two panels. So what I would like to ask you is, after this 1.5 years of pandemics that have affected our social and our professional habits, so what do you think has changed in the AI research domain in Europe after this period that we have lived? So maybe we could start with Paul now.
I think it's very difficult to say what has changed. Obviously, we'll see what will change over the course of the next years, because people will definitely change the way they live together. What we have seen from the period, and that's subjective for myself, is that you cannot do entirely without this in-person events, especially when it comes to, intensive discussion, to the parallelism that you get in these meetings where you can offline consult things in the coffee break. On the other hand, you also see that there are things for which you do not have to have 100 people travel. Actually, it's sometimes easier to reach out by just saying, oh, this evening there's a virtual event and we can broadcast something. And for me, it goes philosophically back, to questions of AI. You talk about collaborating intelligence, about people collaborating. What is part of communication that you also need to put up? It goes to the question of ethics and then legal, because very quickly you face things like
privacy as important aspect, but you can overdo it and hampering, for example, communication, because suddenly in some parts of Europe or in some settings, certain tools that were widely used somewhere else were banned because somebody thought they were not privacy conform. And I think that this whole digital discussion, this whole extreme situation will force us to think more carefully about the way we look at trade-offs between the usefulness and the dangers of technology. Because that's what you have seen, right? So I must say myself quite often that controversially, that as much as I believe that privacy is one of the key things. For example, when school suddenly stopped and children had to be taught digitally, right? The main concern was get these children to actually have contacts with the teachers. But then people said and came, no, this specific tool, it could be easily used. You cannot use it because maybe in the case, if something this and that, so they forbade it. And of course, in a way they are right. We need to have conformal tools, but that's the trade-off. And we have to learn that there's no such thing as a free lunch. The technology always, there's no good technology and bad technology. Technology is always a trade-off. So we cannot say forbid this technology or don't use this technology because it has negative effect. Every technology has negative effects. The question is, do the positive effects outweigh the negative effects? And that's the discussion we also have to have in AI, especially as the technology just starts to impact every aspect of our lives. So maybe for me, that's the change. That we hopefully think more carefully about those trade-offs and go away from those very, general things, never do A or B, to look at a situation and try to find the optimum. That's what we do as AI people, right? You do optimization and you find local minima and local maxima. So in every situation, find this local minimum between dangers, impact, and opportunities.
Thank you. That's for sure a challenge. Maybe we can continue with Yanis, for example.
Yes, on one hand, yes, I would very much agree with Paul. I think during this last year, we have seen that AI tools can be very useful tools in order to address various challenges also related to the pandemic, like, for example, more efficient tracking of people who are affected by the virus. But we have also seen and increased concern about privacy, ethical issues, legal aspects, and user acceptance, and in more general, how this AI technology can be applied in practice. And I think both research and governments have been struggling to find a balance between these two, as was very nicely described by Paul before. So I think this is becoming a new challenge now, especially as many technologies become more mature. The key issue will be how to decide how this will be applied and how this will be accepted by the public. And I would like to mention, I also discussed about this before, that in this last year highlighted and increased the importance of the problem of disinformation. We have seen a lot of research which was directed towards detecting and debugging COVID and vaccine-related disinformation online. And this highlights that there is still a way to go before solving this problem efficiently. And unfortunately, we see that this problem is evolving. So in the past, it was more something like, I will say, a joke to create fake content. Then it became something serious, being connected with elections and our democratic values. And now we are seeing in this last year being very directly and very dangerously connected with public health. I mention again, for example, disinformation related to vaccination. So I think this was another maybe key change in this last period.
Thank you. We will continue with Michela.
Yeah, so thank you, Atia. So the thing that is that I was concentrating for this question more on the European research domain, so the AI research domain in Europe. So during the ECAI conference, or also in other panels, we have discussed about which were the European strategies for increasing and for creating an artificial intelligence ecosystem in Europe. And despite the pandemics, I think that in a way the Commission has quite extensively helped the artificial intelligence European ecosystem to grow and create a critical mass. So the strategy that the Commission has followed has been to create a number of initiatives and connect them. So, I mean, connect them both, I mean, virtually, of course, virtually for in this year of pandemics, but in general, it was the first time that European initiatives have been connected in such a way around a subject. Horizon Europe also is meant to increase such an ecosystem with additional network of excellence, with coordination and support action, with a lighthouse project, and with an AI data and robotics PPP, and with a strategy that is meant to increase the understanding, the development, and the uptake of trustworthy AI principle. There is a whole destination in Cluster 4 on trustworthy AI, on human-centric artificial intelligence. And I mean, despite the very difficult period, I think that now, I mean, the artificial intelligence ecosystem in Europe is more cohesive, is more united, and is more connected, I would say. So that's my perspective.
Thank you, Michela. I will continue with Freddy.
Yes, so of course a lot has been said, but I mean, if I were to focus more on the kind of individual, or as a researcher, I think in some sense the access to conferences, talks, access to people has actually increased, because I mean, we are not spending that much time traveling, and we are spending more time in different types of meetings and events. So on one hand, I think this access to people and knowledge has increased due to the fact that most people are working from home. Of course, we see, as was mentioned by Paul, that certain things become harder. So for example, when it comes to this Taylor network that I'm coordinating, I think this creating new connections and finding these new collaborations and really initiating new research, that is much harder. So I think there is also a major value in conferences and physical meetings. So continuing on that, I think the main challenge there will be that a lot of people will not accept to travel, and they will expect conferences to be hybrid. And here I think there is a challenge, both how to do this kind of practically, but I also think there might be a risk of having like a, separation, that maybe if you're from a less well-off institution, they might not want to pay for sending you to a conference, while if you're a more well-funded organization, then you can go to conferences, and you might have this that you get so that I think will be a challenge for conferences moving forward. So I think we will, I mean, if the consequences for European research, I think that in some sense we are much easier to connect to the rest of the world. Of course, we have always been, but I also think we need to start meeting again to take the next step and develop these new research ideas. So both pros and cons.
Thank you. It's an interesting point. Ulises, I know you were not part of this panels, this question was for Barry, but maybe you can add something.
Well, yes, yeah, I'm agreeing many things has been said until now, but what I don't believe is that digital society is the promised land. And if it is the promised land, it's a promised land that moves distance at every new day, because someone is pushing the barrier towards there. But I believe that for this year, what happened in the European environment is that more and more we see that big companies from outside Europe are taking big positions of research inside Europe. And also that's bringing a different way to adapt that technology that they are producing in our lives. And that's in contradiction, or as Paul said already, with the way we are trying to create a society with different values than the others that exist in other parts of Europe. So it's clear that what DeepMind is doing in the UK is a very large amount of money, bringing the best researchers from Europe there and trying to buy whatever they need. And they don't care about the regulations we have, or at least if they care, they try to wash their faces most of the time. And what they are trying to do is to bring this technology very fast into our markets. So that makes a difference, because we are not having the same amount of money and we have not the same way to present results. That's very complicated, because we want those results are safe and are correct and follow a research and a philosophical inquiry, and they are more for results today, but yesterday before than today. And that makes a difference, and we have to learn how to cope with that.
Thank you. So my next question is regarding the publication during the last few years of several ethical guidelines from different kind of institutions, public administrations, but also private companies. And also there are different ethical evaluation or design tools that have been published and are now available. So taking into account that the AI regulation is still a proposal, it's still a draft, and it will take a few years, how should AI stakeholders choose among all these repertoire of tools to know which is the best path towards trustworthy AI compliance? So maybe we can start now with Michela, for example.
Yeah, sorry, I switched on my camera. So yeah, this is a very important aspect. So I think that as Ulisse was saying before, the deep dives have been a very important first step. So when ethical guidelines have been sent out from the commission or the high-level expert group, nobody knew how to implement, I don't know, a robust system or an accountable system or an explainable system. So I think that still, I mean, while big companies are able maybe to take the regulation into account and also the ethical guidelines, and basically making the AI Act more an opportunity than a burden, I think that small companies, SMEs, they are very much scared about the regulation, about the ethical requirements, ethical guidelines, because they really don't know how to translate this AI principle into technical requirements. So I think that a very important step that is also what is meant to do with Stairway, with the project that I'm coordinating, is to help these SMEs and startups to really create a very clear guidelines on how to implement an AI system that is compliant with the ethical guidelines and create very clear ethical evaluation and or design tools, really to make them aware, first of all, but also able to understand if a system is compliant with the ethical guidelines, like, for example, in an assessment with assessment tools, but also to create new tools, new AI tools that are compliant by design to these ethical guidelines. So I really think that we need, as researchers, to help companies and SMEs to be aware about the ethical guidelines, and also to guide them toward the implementation of these ethical guidelines into technical systems. And this is something that is really very difficult still for SMEs, at least for a survey that we are running for AI4EU and for the roadmap of AI4EU. We are really understanding that small companies do not have any idea on how to translate these ethical guidelines into practical requirements.
Thank you. So maybe Frederick, you want to go on?
Sure. So I mean, an observation is that even though there is a large number and variety of different guidelines and so on, I think there are more or less, they share a lot of similarities. So therefore, I don't see that it's a major problem that we have this proliferation, but rather that they actually more or less agree. So therefore, I think you should take the ones that are, if you're in Europe, of course, I strongly recommend the European guidelines, because I think they are the most close to be regulated here in Europe. And then I fully agree with Michaela, that the main challenge is really how to operationalize this. And actually, I think that is another argument for why to prefer the European guidelines, because at least we tried. We went all the way from principles to requirements, and then to this trustworthy assessment tool that was developed. So and based on, for example, this deep dive that you helped with. So I think there is a lot of support for it. And it seems like the next step now is that people talk a lot about standardization, and how can we provide standards to help companies and organizations live up to these guidelines. And I think here we will see a lot of developments moving forward. But I really think we need to better understand how to develop system according to this. And of course, the ideal situation is to have this kind of ethical by design or trustworthy by design approaches, but there will also be a lot of legacy systems and so on, where we need to find methods to kind of do this after their initial development. So I think that's some things from my side.
Thank you. Ulises, do you want to continue?
Well, I really think that we have too many guidelines on hand, and part of this is, in a way, some kind of disinformation. I believe that it started back in 2017 with the Asilomar Declaration and Barcelona Declaration. And I believe that by 2020, we had 200 something. I don't know how many we have now. What is more interesting is that there are companies like Google that have had several ethical committees, and every time they try to do something in those committees, the people doing the work is fired and goes into the news. So there is something that is strange. And I believe that we have to be aware that in 7 years, or less than 4 years, we had more talking about ethics than the last 25 centuries. So either it's because there is a real interest in that, or because there is someone that is trying to create a lot of noise and discussion that is going to nowhere. And what I believe more is that what politicians are doing is nothing about that. Because one thing is the ethical part, and I believe that the companies are fighting for the ethical part because it has no legal elements. So you won't be fined for being unethical. So they want all the discussion gets only into the ethical, because it goes to regulation. You have to pay fines. And even where the places where there is some regulation, the fines are so low that these companies that have big amounts of money don't care about the fine. So really, we have to rethink why we are so interested in ethics.
Thank you. I will continue with Yanis.
Yes, I will say, very difficult question. I agree that the landscape is not very clear. I think that there is no clear way of saying now to a company that you can follow this guideline or roadmap, and you can end up with a widely accepted trustworthy AI solution. Of course, one general approach, but I don't know whether it helps much, is to consider trustworthy AI principles from the design, development, and also during the usage of the technology. So to consider these requirements through the whole life cycle of design and development. But I think the problem is how all this could be assessed. There are going to be something like central organizations in each country in Europe, which will certify that technologies fulfill specific requirements. This seems a bit difficult. There is going to be a distributed approach. Again, this has other challenges in order to select which one is qualified in order to provide certifications for these technologies. One general approach I would say is that especially in this part, we need to have a wider input and the inclusive participation of people across many actors coming from research companies, government, but also end users. And through this multi-stakeholder participation, social dialogue, and diverse inputs, we might be able to have a more commonly accepted solution.
Thank you. And we will close with Paul.
So I would like to sort of relate this question back to the first talk by Luc, which I thought was excellent, about what is AI and how AI is perceived. Because the problem that people often have with why they find it more difficult to adjust what they have to AI regulation than to other regulation, I mean, we are full of regulation in Europe, like people know how to deal with regulation, is that you can see AI regulation from two directions. One is, since AI is sometimes perceived as this technology of machines that are somehow intelligent, there's talk about the singularity of machines being conscious. Look at this beautiful example, how these two machines communicating the language in the press ended up with a comparison to Terminator, right? So people feel that AI regulation is and should be somehow directed and constraining this potential catastrophe of AI taking over the world, right? And that is, to put it very plainly, total nonsense, right? Today's AI is the general use has nothing to do with it. And people who do regulation partially understand that. And why AI regulation and ethics is so important is because AI, combined with digitization communication technologies, is a technology that fundamentally changes the way we conduct our lives in nearly every area. Be it the way we do business, the way we communicate, the way we educate. And because it changes so many things and so fundamentally, it's very important that you insert ethics and regulation to it to make sure that it does not change things to the disadvantage of European citizens and people, and it does not destroy, let's say, our social values, but it supports them. But at the end of the day, it's not about something mythical and mystical, it's about very clear regulation related to how does a certain system impact people. And that is what we understand. People build medical devices, and in medical devices, you have device classes. There are devices that are sort of like wellness devices that have little impact on people. There's little regulation on it. If you have a device that sort of, inject some medicine into you and can impact your life or death thing with its decision, it's very strictly regulated. The same has to apply to AI. You look at a system, you look at where it is implied, you see what is the potential damage, and that determines the regulations. And people know how to work with it. And one last remark, I think it's important to distinguish between ethical and legal things. Legal things are laws, optimally, that should be fairly unambiguous, right? And complying with laws, you should have lawyers who understand the laws, and that should be fairly easy. Ethical, they are not always, and that's one of the problems. And that's where we can contribute. We can help Europe make laws that make sense for AI, that are unambiguous. But then when you come to ethics, it's something that you should actually discuss with. And Lisa said, companies like to talk about ethics because they are so diffuse. They don't oblige you to anything, right? You talk to 3 different people, you have 3 different opinions about ethics, and that's okay because ethics are human. So obliged with ethical things is very much about perception, about your target group, about your social environment. It's much more difficult. Whereas legal things should be straightforward.
Okay, so my last question would be, always talking about this AI regulation, how do you think it will impact on the different sectors, the public, the private? We talk about SMEs, the academia. So what do you think it will be the impact, and how do you think the synergies between these sectors will change or be enhanced after the AI regulation? So maybe we can start with Frederick now.
Sure. So in some sense, I think that the biggest impact will be on the SMEs, and that would be the biggest challenge in general. And for the simple reason, I mean, for the large companies and so on, they have the resources. They can hire the experts, the legal teams, and they can basically deal with these things. But when you're looking at the smaller companies, I mean, that will kind of not be possible for them. I mean, it would be they're all probably more than their total budget to be able to deal with these things. And I hear some worrying things about basically large companies do not want to buy from small companies because the small companies cannot provide the guarantees and the kind of the legal requirements and so on to live up, and that's just to GDPR and other things. So basically, the larger companies do not dare to buy from smaller companies because they fear that they will be charged these high fees if one of their suppliers fail at some point to live up with these standards. So I really think this. I mean, Michaela has also pointed that out. I really think that is the key. How do we support these smaller and middle-sized companies to live up to and take it? I mean, to build on these the guidelines and so on. That will be the challenge. I mean, I don't have the solution, but I mean, if we succeed there, of course, I think that would be a big step forward. And I think part of this is probably through standardization. I mean, that finding standardized ways of doing these things so that you can know that as long as I follow the standard, I should be on the safe side. So and of course the projects such as Michaela is also helping, and I think AI4EU also has an important role to play here in helping companies take advantage of and build on these guidelines. Thanks.
Thank you. We can continue with Yanis, for example.
Yes, I agree with Fredrik. For the SMEs, there is going to be a significant impact since they will have to deal with this, let's say, extra but necessary burden of complying to the regulation. On the other hand, of course, there will be the benefit that there might be a more fair landscape overall, where all companies, big and small, have to follow the same regulations and guidelines. I agree that it is important to have through standardization or other means, as I mentioned, by national or European bodies who can give such certifications. It is important. And there might be significant impact both on research and on the government. From the research point of view, I see that there might be a new direction of providing certification services and algorithms. So research towards contributing to adapting the regulation. And governments, I see them being involved in this again certification role, so they will have to play a more central role in the AI landscape. And this is where I see the synergy. The companies should generate, both SMEs and a large one, requirements on how they can adopt the regulation. Then research can provide maybe novel solutions towards it, and governments have to create the bodies which at the end will provide such certifications.
Thank you. Paul, do you want to add something?
So I think it's interesting if we talk about the impact of this regulation and the push towards legal and ethical AI, people immediately start going on the defensive and talking about, you know, how it will negatively impact these companies and be difficult for them to abide. And in a way, it's true because there's too much regulation in Europe. Sometimes it's stifling to innovation. But on the other hand, and that's one of the missions we have in our project, is that we should see this requirement of AI being compliant with European values and with ethics and legal as something that in the long term can provide European AI a competitive advantage, right? It pushes the technology in a certain direction of development. And if it's done right, and if it's interpreted right by the companies on both sides, it can actually create innovation. It poses difficult problems which companies solve. It makes sure that anything that has been developed and built in Europe then is guaranteed to have a certain level of quality, which then can create a global brand which people will accept. And we see it with other projects, like, you know, there's this big let's say, image of German cars in the world, be justified or not, right? But what part of it, of course, is certain quality and safety and security, which has to do with stronger regulation. But it has to be said, regulation has to be in a way that by design tries not to stifle innovation, but to stimulate innovation, which is not something that is very easy, right? So again, we come back to this trade-off thing and finding local minima and local maxima, not just forbidding things. But overall, I think we should look at the positive side of this, that is an opportunity and not necessarily a hindrance to innovation, opportunity to creating something unique.
Thank you. Michela?
Yeah, I very much agree with both Frederick and Paul. Yeah, I fully agree with Paul with the fact that basically we can so basically this regulation will be a competitive advantage for AI in Europe. But of course, to achieve that, we need to align, I mean, all the stakeholders that are affected by the regulation or by the ethical guidelines, and we have to support them to be able to assess their system, repair them in case they're not compliant, and third, to design new systems that are compliant with these rules. So indeed, I mean, the regulation affects the entire AI value chain, because it is, I mean, the focus is on the providers and the user of the AI system, but it affects the whole AI value chain, from providers, manufacturers, representatives, to importers, distributors, and then users. So really, it will be very much, I mean, very broad, the impact of these regulation. And I think that, I mean, the less impacted sector will be the academia, because research is still considered free in a way. But I think that we really need to put these all the stakeholders, in particular the SMEs, because as what Frederick was saying, I mean, big companies have the resources to, you know, kind of take into account these guidelines, and I mean, and be able to develop their own processes. But for SMEs and startups, really, we need to create an environment where they can I mean, develop this system in a way that, I mean, accordingly to European values, in a way that is simple, easy, and it will become, I mean, an opportunity more than a burden. That's crucial, I think.
Thank you. And we will close with the research.
Well, I believe that all of you say almost everything that needs to be said, but so let me go to the orthogonal view. So I agree that for having very good regulation, you have to have the proof that your industries are strong. The case of the automotive industry in Germany, it's very clear, until they cheat. What happened is that there is no strong industrial elements in Europe for AI, not even for computer science. What we need is to have that environment where you can prove that your products are good. And what happened is that we are accustomed to the way Americans do with computer science. So there is no benchmarks, there is no sandboxes, there is nothing. So first we have to convince the governments to create the environment where you can certify the products that you are doing with AI, and then start with the regulation. Or you have to do, because this goes very fast, we have to make it at the same time. Just let me give you an example. One of the best results ever in European research was the ARM chip. How many of you ever heard about ARM? Okay, very few. Okay, ARM was created in the European Union, was a UK product. Now was bought by China, and now in China, just today, they announced that they will launch their own new chips in ARM. So if you create products paid with European taxes, and you don't then stimulate the innovation of new products, we don't have an European chip. As we don't have an European chip, we cannot have our own cars, because most of the chips are Intel or whatever. So that's the problem. The problem is that we are in a society that has the values. Maybe we have the money, but we don't have the environment to produce the real innovation. And AI, of course, is one of the main options, because it's almost open field. But if there is no real political involvement, that means that the society, the result that we had is very good. Most of our citizens are not unaware of the possible technology that is behind AI. So how they will push their governments to create status where regulation and certification is strong. It won't. But with cars it's important. With pharmacy it's important.
Thank you. So now we will open the floor for questions of the audience. I don't know, Christian, if there are some questions from people following online.
So I have one question. says, in AI research field, we are used to see peer review evaluation based on scientific soundness and performance of the techniques presented. Should ethical appraisal start becoming a new criteria to be included in scientific evaluation, fostering self-reflect of scientists?
Someone wants to answer this, please.
I think first of all, it's something that already is included in many things. So if you are submitting a paper in many disciplines, you have to prove that if you did experiments, they went through an ethical committee, right? So obviously there is an ethical framework of science, and through the computer science, it is much less developed than in the other areas, but it should be, and it is being developed. Now, evaluating results and scientific things on ethical grounds is difficult because they are very often ambiguous. And I'm involved, and that is a problem. I have a solution. I'm involved in a program committee or a journal editorial board that really gets on ubiquitous computing related to AI submission from all over the world. And now they think about data privacy and things, and now they get submission from China, from the US, from someone. Now, is it actually for us ethical, for example, to reject a submission from a country that presents a solid scientific work that was done according to the laws of that country, but because we do not share the values on which those laws were based? And there are very different opinions on that. You can say, there are certain limits which you would not accept, but on the other hand, how far do you go with saying, they did what is right according to the laws? And it does not have in China. You will see this difference between US and Europe and other places. So this is, you're going into a very, very delicate territory there.
Thank you. I don't know if someone from the online panelists want to add something, or maybe research.
Someone? Well, yeah, I totally agree. And there is something that is very important. So, meanwhile, in other disciplines where ethics is always present in the scientific development, is very rare the case where computer science or math or physics curricula include ethics or law subjects. So it's very complicated that we ask our young researchers or elder researchers to have opinions, solid opinions on that, because they never studied that at school. And that's something that is we have to consider. So maybe we have also to consider how we are teaching engineering, maths, or let's call it science topics in our schools, if we want to do that. Raja wants to ask.
Yeah, Luc also wants to comment something.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to comment on the intervention of. Sorry, shall I go ahead?
Someone is speaking. Someone is speaking.
It's not you. Okay. I think maybe it's Luc.
You cannot hear anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will ask. This is a very important issue. There are several points to discuss. One of them has been mentioned more or less, is that probably we in Europe are the most active in having a discussion about ethics when we speak about AI. And I often have the question, well, okay, and it's Europe will do ethics, and China and the US will develop AI systems, and you will not be present in this competition. What is the good answer to this? I have a proposal. It's that, yes, of course, we can develop unethical systems, but then we don't want to use unethical systems. How can we actually make this reality? Because what we can see also is that there are so many systems around which do not respect ethical values, and people use them despite this fact. And this really is an issue, because people get used to give away a lot of their values. So there is a question of education also to convince not only the designers, but also the users. What's your point on this?
Well, let me give you an example. There is an organism of the European of the UN that supervises the use of autonomous weapons, right? And
discusses.
Right? Yeah. So the use of autonomous weapons is forbidden in civilian environments. So last week we saw the use of Hellfire, they call it reduced version Ninja Bomb in Afghanistan, in Kabul, right? That's supposed to be guided until the last moment. But no one believes that it's possible to guide that thing. So really what happens is, even if we create an ethical system, it can be reused in another way. And the problem is that why we are putting all that technology on hand. And that will go back to the first use of a stone to kill someone. That stone does nothing, but is the intention what kills. We will never stop that, but at least we have to have some limits and people should be aware. And the problem is how to create the awareness with going to a dystopical or what Luc says, a fictional AI. So yes. The problem is that everybody can believe the superpowers of AI, but the real intention is what is really malignant.
I just wanted to comment on this, and there are two comments on it. First of all, one of the problems of computer science in general is that this dual use problem is much more profound than many other areas. Essentially, every single piece of computing technology that you do, image recognition, can be used for tumor detection or for targeting of rockets. Second point I wanted to make, I think it's important to understand that ethics is not black and white, right? It's a scale of gray. And in the end, you need, again, to look in this, consider the whole thing as an optimization problem. If you are too strict about rejecting and not producing anything that may be sort of in this gray area, then you end up using American, Chinese, and other products to do it. And you see that very much. I mentioned in the beginning, you look at things like WhatsApp and a lot of this communication technology. Strictly speaking, they may not abide by all those very high European data protection standards. But at the end of the day, and that's what normal people do, is say that the trade-off between what this technology gives them and what let's sort of the violation of whatever might be is just wrong. It's wrong to reject it. And in a way, maybe because we never thought about developing some things, because we put all those problems in front. Instead of having a European technology that would be like 80% perfect, we now end up using American technology that is 50% perfect. So again, it is really about making all those fine trade-offs that would allow us to really work. There are things that we should not use. If, I don't know, some country goes on and develops an AI technology by bluntly exploiting data of some, suppressed minority or something like this, we should not be using this technology, right? It's very, very clear. But on the other hand, you have to also accept that a lot of norms will change. Again, I think data protection is a very good thing. We have to make sure that the way digital data is used will not subvert our democracy, freedom, and dignity of the individual. But if you look at the younger generation, they have a very different view on what data usage is. And I think this view is right, and this view will be the future.
Okay, but look, one example is climate change. How much we gave up on immediate benefits versus long-term effects, and where we are now.
Yeah.
So I think I agree with what you say, but we should frame this in a time where things should go toward more and more respect of those values, and not just let things go on like uncontrolled.
In a way, you have to see life as a machine learning problem. You have to define an error function
and then make sure that you do an optimization that comes to, stop your optimization when you close enough to your target.
Let me give you an example. I'm teaching ethics on AI. One of the things is that when you compare for the same optimization problem, the way Confucian ethics is performing against, let's say, classical European one or the American one, you see that the Chinese AI approach will be maximizing for the community. Instead, in Europe, we're maximizing for the individual. Two options, two different functions. So that's the main issue. So which is better? For climate change, I believe the Chinese approach is the best. They will say, no more blockchain, we get all the electronic currency. You don't do it. Just a simple example.
Thank you.
Elaborating on what you said.
I would like to give the opportunity to Luc. He was raising his hand, and then maybe the rest of the panelists want also to say something. Luc, please.
Yes, I would like to continue with points that Paul and Ulises have raised, namely, the strategy is that ethics will give us competitive edge in AI in Europe, in the EU, let's say. But the question is whether, how that could be achieved. And I certainly think that the first step would be to have competitive AI. I mean, even without all the ethical issues. And what we see is that, the IT industry in the EU is basically certainly not competitive. I mean, almost everything we do in terms of electronic commerce or, anything, computers, cloud services, anything we do now is in American hands, so to speak. And it didn't used to be like that. I mean, there were attempts in the 70s, 80s. Philips was a leading company in chip manufacturing. I mean, you had various companies like Bull, Nixdorf, Olivetti, and so on, trying at least. But all these things, I mean, Philips sold all their chip activities, and now we are in a situation that there are shortages of chips. But not only this is very visible now, impacting all the industries, but the same is happening in computing, that strategically very big mistakes were made at many levels not to invest enough and to create the infrastructure for computer science. And today in AI, I mean, the big fight, let's say, is happening because you need massive amounts of computer resources and massive amounts of data to be competitive. And so which in Europe, we don't have access to it. I mean, Paul has done a heroic effort to get a flagship project. I mean, that's, I would say about AI, this is the least that could have happened is such a flagship project. And it did not happen, and he can tell better than any of us, all the difficulties that he had. And so the impact is growing. I mean, the impact of not having invested and not being competitive at the moment. Let me just take the example of GitHub. Many people have their software in Europe, use the GitHub as a repository for their software. Now, GitHub is now in the hands of Microsoft, who bought it a few years ago for $7 billion. And now they came out, this is one thing. I mean, the developers, I think they always thought that GitHub is simply a platform on which they could have their software. But actually now Microsoft is using all the software of all these developers as data for AI programs, and they released an application called Copilot, which is basically has learned from all the code that all of us have been writing in order to create this application.
And so, and you can give similar examples for other domains. So, you know, there's just a total lack of strategic thinking in becoming competitive, and in the EU, I mean. And so, of course, ethics is one part of it, but if all we do is worry about ethics, you know, we are not going to get very far and become further colonized by other players. I mean, certainly the US, but also China. Okay, so this is, sorry for a too long comment.
Very enlightening.
So we're running out of time. I don't know if there's a last question here in the audience. I know Michaela has to leave, but maybe if the rest can stay 5 more minutes, we can, yeah, take a last question. Michaela, you have to leave. Thank you for the participation.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have one question regarding how to operationalize the AI ethics, and what platform Europe has to, I mean, panelists talk about standards, or standards of upscale standards will give the company and SME company or the guidance, the how to conform the certification, but standards take years to materialize. During that years, should we, what are the platform in Europe that SME or large company or software developers or different stakeholders, academians can work together to come up with additional guidance, really guidance how to operate, and also best practice to people can really agree, and then maybe in the future can be input as pre-standards to accelerate standardization. But I don't know what would, is there a platform existed in Europe? Yes, thank you.
Thanks for the question. So first, we don't know each other, right? So this is not a prepared question, right?
No,
okay.
I don't know.
So thanks for the question. So the platform is AI4EU, and we are creating that platform. And what happened is that at the end of this year, it will be handed either to the European Union or to UMaine or other continuation projects. But I'm really appreciate that, because all the project that is supporting this event is that platform. So we are trying to build this complicated. The years of the pandemic were very hard for us, but we are about to close the project, but the platform is there, at least in its kernel. So really, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Frederick or Yanis, I don't know if you have any last remarks. Otherwise, we might close the session.
I mean, I can follow up on Luc's comment here, which I do think is really important here, that we really need to combine. I mean, of course, these ethical aspects are very important, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that we develop the excellence ourselves. And I mean, I do think we have seen, I mean, both during the pandemic and now with the shortage of the, I mean, when there was this access to protective gear and all these things, that you cannot rely on external sources completely, but you also have to have some local competence and local production. And I really think it's the same here with AI. We really need to make sure that we are also excellent, not in everything, but at least in enough things so that we can do some of the things ourselves. And I really agree also with this point that the kind of very low investment historically, or at least the years preceding now, are really making it more difficult to ramp up, because we don't have the people really to educate everyone that needs to be educated. But of course, I mean, we're starting to see more activities. I mean, AI4EU is a good example. We also have these ICT48 networks. We have the PPP and a number of initiatives. So I mean, there are some positive signs, but I really agree that we also have to be leading in research and innovation. Not only, it's not sufficient to be leading in ethics. We really need the research and innovation as well. And together, then we can realize the European vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we can close the session. It was a very fruitful discussion, and thank you both for the online and potential participants. I believe this discussion could go on for hours. I would really hope that the rest of you could be here to continue. So we will close here the morning session. We will have now the lunch break, and then in the afternoon we will continue with some keynotes, another panel session, and some contributed talks. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Let's start the afternoon session of this AI4EU workshop. And I would like to thank Mireille Hildebrandt for accepting our invitation. She is professor at Vrije Universiteit in Brussels, and she will be talking about AI system definitions, defining AI system from the perspective of law and the rule of law. So thank you again, Mireille, for accepting our invitation, and we look forward to listening to you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm so sorry that I am not in Venice. But I hope there will be better times when I can indeed be in Venice. It's not just because I love to be in Venice, but I think this is a very interesting session, and it must be because I was in Venice with a similar invitation some years ago. I must admit I lost track of the year, and as Teresa already explained, the result of that workshop was the book Machines We Trust: Perspectives on Dependable AI. I think that's very relevant now, so I thought I would advertise it, published by MIT Press. So I'm going to talk about defining AI systems, but in this case from the perspective of law and the rule of law. That is, of course, a different perspective, which has a different purpose than a discussion amongst experts, scholars, or developers of AI. And I would like to tease out that difference and then say something about what the AI Act actually does when it tries to define AI for the purpose of regulating. And I'm quickly going back to this morning's keynote, which was focused on the idea of intelligence and also on the history of AI. I think it was very rich there. It distinguished three approaches. I'm not going to repeat that, we already heard. And each approach, functional, mechanistic, and an issue-oriented approach, had some drawbacks. The first one, the functional approach, mainly that all sorts of expectations are raised, while the testing of the claims that are made on behalf of these systems is not always very
Mireille, I think, okay, we lost you. Oops. Mireille, can you hear us? I think there are some connections problems. Okay, Mireille? Okay, sorry, we lost you. Yes, a little bit, so.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Okay.
I am very sorry. I live in Brussels, and for some reason, Brussels doesn't yet have glass fiber. It's supposed to come anytime, but that sometimes gives problems with the internet. You have not missed anything because I was still referring to the keynote of this morning, which I assume you've all heard, talking about the three different approaches to defining AI and about some of the drawbacks, for instance, with the mechanistic approach, the fact that at some point, the whole idea of AI is suddenly narrowed down. For instance, at this moment, many people think AI is the same as deep learning. And of course, it's much more. Then the proposition is to follow an issue-oriented approach, which means that the focus is on the type of problems that are to be solved. And the idea is that we look for tasks for, I assume, computing systems that are not amenable to be performed by standard algorithms due to the kind of problems, the properties of those problems, complexity, epistemological uncertainty, open task environments, human interaction. I think there are drawbacks here also, the same shifting horizons. As we all know, when systems that have been announced and depicted as AI, when they become into common use, they're suddenly called smart cars, IoT environments, etc. I'm very afraid if we use that definition that we're going to approach AI in a very narrow manner. So only very few systems would live up to that expectation. And I would be very curious to have examples of systems that can actually handle such tasks. When we take the perspective of law and the rule of law, this issue-oriented approach may not be entirely fitting. It is clear that there is a lot of disagreement within the domain of AI. And the question is then, who can speak for AI? Who should decide what is AI? That is a typical legal and a political question. Should it be the providers of these systems, the consultants that try to make money on them, the policymakers that are often desperate to get anything that promises to solve all their problems? And all these parties, of course, have PR interests. I think that in science, it is clear that it should be the scientists who decide on this definition. It is also clear that they disagree, and that's a relief, because science is made of people open to arguments. In law, what we need is an impact-oriented approach. And in a democracy, that means that those who will be affected by these systems, I'm already looking at the AI Act, which speaks of AI systems, those who will be impacted by those systems should have a voice. That's democracy in defining what types of systems we're talking about. And we're not only talking about democracy, but also about constitutional. There's an important role for courts. And that raises questions like who must be protected against what, who decides this, and what values, rights, interests, public goods are at stake and must be protected. And again, the question who decides this? This is an interplay under the rule of law between the legislature, the courts, public administration, and everybody who is subject to the rule of law in a certain jurisdiction. Now, the impact targeted by the Act is very straightforward. It's about safety, health, and fundamental rights. When I say straightforward, there is some irony there, of course, because as soon as you try to define, in the sense of identify where these impacts sit, and when they're serious enough to begin to regulate that domain, it all becomes more difficult. Now, I think part of the problems are caused by the fact that I believe, and many with me, that artificial intelligence is a misnomer. In 1956, the Dartmouth Conference, and there are transcripts of that meeting, Herbert Simon suggested to use the term complex information processing, and then McCarthy came up with, we need to get funding. Let's take artificial intelligence. Undoubtedly, he believed it was an important term, but it was also the more sexy term that was more likely to get funding. And this term is now something that we carry with us and that causes all these discussions that are not always very helpful. I would say you could define artificial intelligence systems as computing systems used to solve problems. And maybe that's all there is to it. Of course, you can be more specific, like was argued this morning, and say it's a computing system used to solve problems that cannot be solved by standard algorithms. But from the perspective of law, when we're interested in impact, that would narrow down the field too much. We need protection against unwarranted claims, threats to safety and fundamental rights. And these threats, of course, also derive from less fancy software systems. So it shouldn't be the case that somebody can escape the law by saying, oh, this is not AI. Okay, I've heard many people respond. I've been a bit provocative before this keynote, announcing that I would argue, and I will come back to that basically the Act seems to give a very broad scope to the term AI and to perhaps take very many software systems under that term. So some people said, why not call it the Software Act? Now, I don't think that developing a new term or taking another term is going to solve any problem, because I already know all the arguments that will come up then. What is a software system? We have to look at this impact-oriented approach. So we need protection against software and products that use computing systems that are made available against pay or freely with all kinds of claims about their functionality that have a major impact on the real world, whether or not they're sold under the heading of AI. That should not be up to the person who is selling it. So the scope of the Act should not be determined by the label somebody gives to their stuff. And that protection should consist of two things, and that's how the Act is basically built up, of a careful check on the substantiations of claims made. So that's about the functionality, how that system is, let's say, sold. The Act talks about the intended purpose. And basically, that's what the Act means. If you sell something for a certain purpose, then you have to substantiate that somehow. Secondly, the anticipation of threats to safety, health, and fundamental rights. That's another type of protection. And I think the first one is very important. And that's what the AI basically does. I want to refer in relation to the whole idea of law and the rule of law and what it means to define something in terms of positive law. And if you define something in terms of positive law, that will have legal effect. So it will have a real impact in the world. I want to point to our working paper that just came out. And I'm sure the slides will be shared. Now I want to make some other preliminary remarks. So in my Twitter feed, this ad came up. As we all know, Twitter has a business model, so we are treated to ads. And I love this ad. It says, whenever the challenges seem too complex, just think reality. Isn't it great? For a map or a model to be useful, indeed, the reality it wants to portray must be strong. Maps or models do this by framing reality such that you can navigate. So if I walk around with Google Maps, I use this for navigation. But often models are used to control, to influence, to manipulate, or otherwise act upon the reality that is depicted by the map or the model. What is important is that modeling can always be done in different ways. Just take me walking around Venice with Google Maps. There are already in Maps itself 2 different perspectives. Then I can also go to Street View. I can go to Google Earth, and Maps is upped with information on traffic, on congestion, restaurants, museums, etc. Now, the framing of reality is always based on assumptions of what reality is like. And these assumptions, of course, have implications. Because if you imagine that reality is basically mathematics, or if you imagine that reality is basically matter, or whatever other assumptions you make, that will change the sort of map or model you draw. And maps or models are always in function of intended purposes. So they are driven, design of the model is driven by such a purpose. Different types of framing have different impacts. For instance, because the assumptions either do or do not fly. And of course, the impacts are always in line with they depend on the intended purpose, which basically defines the robustness, resilience, and reliability of the system. Because if you're testing, you need to test the system for a certain task, otherwise you can't test it. The different impacts are not only about if the system is used for the purpose that it was designed for. It can also be used for other purposes. And very often, as we know, is normal with technology, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's actually very interesting. If these technologies are used in other ways, they might have all sorts of risks. The AI Act basically demands that those who provide high-risk AI systems, that's a subset of AI systems, ensure that they are what I call 4R AI systems in terms of the intended purpose. Intended purpose and claimed functionality is, in terms of the Act, sort of the same. 4R is about the systems being robust, resilient, reliable, and responsible. And when you design the system, it has to be robust, resilient, reliable, and responsible in function of what you design it for. That's the responsibility of the provider, whoever makes it available. Next to that, and I've actually already referred to it, the AI Act also demands that 2 types of risks are assessed and prevented or mitigated: safety risks and risks to fundamental rights infringements. But that does not only regard the intended purpose. It also regards what the Act calls reasonably foreseeable misuse, and misuse is defined as use for another than the intended purpose. Okay, so here we have a term, reasonably foreseeable misuse. Is that a hilariously and dangerously vague term? No, it is not. It is actually a very precise term, because if we were to make it more concrete and would begin to specify what sort of misuse one could expect, it would be either over-inclusive or under-inclusive, because the future is not the same as the present and the past. So there are a lot of things we cannot be sure about. And that's why we need to find the right level of abstraction. Of course, if we would make this concept, reasonably foreseeable misuse, even more abstract, it would simply lose any meaning. It is these kinds of concepts, like reasonable, that ensure the adaptive nature of text-driven law, that require judgment rather than calculation. I think that's one of the problems that Luc Steels was pointing to this morning, difficult problems. And it is these kinds of concepts that enable protection also of incompatible rights, rights that are both important but are in practice sometimes incompatible. And decisions then have to be taken, for instance, by courts based on discretion. And that discretion is nevertheless rule-based, but not rule-based in the sense of completely defined logic. It's more rule-based as in Wittgenstein. It's about use in real life. Now, let's quickly look at the architecture of the Act, look at how things are defined in the Act and how this should offer practical and effective protection. The architecture of the Act, I think, is a very intelligent architecture. First of all, it is applicable to AI systems, and this is very broadly defined, to offer broad protection. It is then also applicable to AI practices, which are, however, very narrow defined. I will come back to it. There are 4 prohibited AI practices, not AI systems, but practices. They're very narrowly defined. It is applicable to a subset of all these AI systems that are really regulated, the high-risk AI systems that are, again, rather narrowly defined. It addresses providers, importers, distributors. So that's those who put stuff on the market, making it available on the market and putting it into service. And it addresses users, not end users, but users in the sense of a hospital that uses such a system, a government agency, a web shop. So that's users, not end users. There's a lot of confusion about those terms. In the Act, people think when there are obligations for users that this is for end users. That's absolutely not the case. The term user has caused this sort of confusion before. We can try to define it away, that's what the Act does, but we'll have to keep explaining about what sort of user we're talking. So as I said, the architecture of the Act talks about the prohibition of 4 AI practices. That's practices that are manipulative, subliminally. That's practices that exploit vulnerabilities of certain groups. Practices by governments of using a social credit system and real-time remote biometric identification systems in public spaces by law enforcement. The first 3 practices are defined in terms of their individual harm or detrimental treatment. That makes it all very narrow, while we all know that manipulation and exploitation of groups of people has many other consequences, not just at the individual level, but consequences for our public space, for our democracy, freedom of speech, etc. So here, I think work has to be done. A large part, a very important part of the Act is about requirements for high-risk AI systems. We'll come to that. Apart from the prohibition of 4 practices and requirements for high-risk AI systems, there are still 4 types of systems that require transparency. These are systems that interact with human beings, systems of emotion recognition, systems of biometric categorization, and systems that produce deep fakes. And basically, these systems, people that are interacting with them must be made aware that they're interacting with these systems. Back to the high risk. So providers of high-risk AI systems must conduct a conformity assessment for high risk. And what about the conformity? Conformity to what? Well, mainly there has to be a risk assessment system in place, data and data governance requirements, technical documentation, record keeping, transparency and information for users. Again, we're not talking about the end users. There must be human oversight. Very interesting the way human oversight is defined here in the Act. There must be accuracy, robustness in cybersecurity, and quality management system. I have very short time, so I cannot go deeply into all that, but I have slides, so if there are questions later, we can go into a bit more detail. Not to be forgotten, there is also a requirement for providers of these systems of post-market monitoring. So you cannot say, well, I developed this system, I think it's functional for what I sell it for. If people use it for other things or do things with it and it causes problems, that's not my problem. I've sold it. It's not mine anymore. There's an obligation to monitor the system either directly or via the user to keep logs and sometimes to intervene when things go wrong. The picture, I would love you to remember, I've actually sketched it myself, so apologies if it's not clear. There are a lot of systems that are defined as AI systems. There is a subset of systems that are defined as high-risk systems. That's really not a very big subset, I would say. Then certain practices where these systems are used or put into service are simply prohibited, and that overlaps some AI systems which are not high risk may nevertheless be used in a prohibited practice, I would say. But oftentimes they may be high risk systems. On top of that, as we saw, there are systems that require extra transparency. Again, that might be AI systems that are not high risk. They might be used in prohibited practices. And they might be high risk. So as you see, this is a bit complex. If I were a provider and I would have to figure out where does my system fit here, I think that complexity partly is unnecessary and confusing. And I think especially things like emotion recognition system and biometric categorization should simply be termed high risk systems, because then the provider will have to show that they are reliable. Here you see a slide that is that comes from the Commission itself, where they clearly show that high risk and these specific systems overlap, but actually they can also overlap with the prohibited systems. So I think this pyramid is a bit misleading as it stands now. Here we have the definition of an AI system. So it says software that is developed with one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in Annex 1 and can, for a given set of human-defined objectives, generate outputs such as content, predictions, recommendations, or decisions that influence the environments they interact with. Let's look very carefully at this definition, and please remember, in law, a definition has legal effect. So once this definition is interpreted, the systems that fall within its scope, the Act will apply to them. I then also have to remind you that only a small subset of these systems is actually regulated, because only some systems are qualified as high risk. Here we have another slide from the Commission, which seems to define AI systems in terms of complexity, opacity, etc. But then, again, a slide from the Commission. It's more simple. So the idea of the definition is to have a definition that is as neutral as possible to cover techniques which are also not yet known or developed. And the overall aim is to cover all AI, including traditional symbolic machine learning and hybrid system. And this is all defined in Annex 1. Now, let's look at the first term in the definition. That term is software. So many people said, oh, this is ridiculous. All of robotics falls outside of the Act because it doesn't talk about hardware. No, that's not a fact. The Act does apply to hardware if it is connected with software, for instance. If we look at the classification rules for high-risk systems, so how are they defined, then you will see, for instance, under A, the AI system is intended to be used as a safety component of a product, or is itself a product. In law, or in the relevant law, I must say, product is hardware. So when you look at Annex 2, where the high-risk systems are denotated, so they are pointed out, which are the high-risk systems, certain types of systems, then you will see, first of all, this is about machinery, about airplanes, about robotics, about toys, medical devices, etc. That's all hardware. So please, the Act itself makes clear that it does apply to software systems that are part of hardware. You could say, well, does the Act also apply for hardwired software? So software that is somehow expressed in hardware. Well, why shouldn't it? Software, I would say, refers to computer code, whether it is hardwired or not. So I would not want to speak of, for instance, to replace software with algorithm, because then we get a discussion, what is algorithms? Which algorithms count here? It would very easily be over-inclusive. And I would also not want to restrict the application of this Act to autonomous systems, because that would be under-inclusive, because we want to make sure that all these systems that are claimed to have a certain functionality, they're often sold under the heading of AI, and that have some sophistication in their software. We want them all to fall under the Act. And here we go. Here is Annex 1. So Annex 1 distinguishes between three approaches: machine learning, logic and knowledge-based approaches, and statistical approaches based in estimation, search, and optimization methods. This is very, very broad. To me, especially under B, logic and knowledge-based approaches, it sounds to me like all rule-based software systems fall under the Act. And that means they would all be qualified as AI systems if the other conditions apply. This is not the only conditions. An interesting question is, does an Excel sheet then fall within the decision? Well, if it is used to interact with the environment, imagine if your right to Social Security benefits depend on what is the calculations made in an Excel sheet. And what if somebody decides on your right to benefits based on that Excel sheet? Is that system then interacting with the environment? Well, certainly indirectly. And I think many people would say it's very important that this kind of systems become part of the Act. And if they're used in certain settings, are termed high risk and are regulated. That means it must be shown that what is claimed for their operation is, what is claimed as their functionality, is real, is dependable, is reliable, is robust. Take robot Spot. If it is remotely controlled, it definitely will interact with the environment. But many people would say, oh, that's not AI. And I understand that. But for the Act, I think it's very important that robot Spot does fall within its scope. And to give an even more seemingly ridiculous example, a thermostat that operates based on computer code, probably not high risk, may also then fall under the Act. And I could imagine that certain decisions that are taken in an IoT environment based on the operations of a thermostat have major implications for safety. And I'd be very unhappy if, because that is not real autonomy, it falls outside the Act. Another condition in the definition in the Act is human-defined objectives. This relates to the concept that I already referred to that is used throughout the Act, intended purpose. And it highlights that AI system must have an intended purpose. That is an assumption. Why? Because if it doesn't have a purpose, you cannot test its accuracy, its reliability, or its safety. And I have the feeling that computer scientists understand, engineers and developers understand that much better than most lawyers. The next condition in the definition in the Act is that these systems fall in the definition if they generate outputs influencing the environments they interact with. So once again, the interesting question would be, does an Excel sheet interact with its environment? And I think the good answer is, well, that depends on how it has been integrated in a specific practice. As I said, if the output supports the decision to reject Social Security applications, You might say that it indirectly interacts, and certainly if the output simply decides such applications. And much is going to depend, therefore, on the meaning of interact. And we shouldn't be sorry that that meaning at this moment isn't closed. We should be happy, because that means in function of the kind of protection that this act aims to offer, it will be interpreted. Okay, so the definition clearly has a very broad scope. It is meant to provide broad protection. It is not at all about what AI truly is. It's not a metaphysical discussion about general artificial intelligence or artificial general intelligence. It's also not meant to stifle a discussion, a debate within the AI community or the computer science community of what AI is, how it should be defined. It has a very different purpose than discussion. Like I said, but I'm going to repeat it because it is so important to remember. Only high-risk prohibited practices and 4 other types of systems are regulated. All AI systems as defined fall within the scope of the Act, but most will not be regulated as it stands now. So basically the AI Act says that a discussion should be about, not about what is AI, that should have a broad definition, but about, with regard to a particular AI system, the right level of protection has been implemented. And according to the Act, that will depend on the qualification as a prohibited, high risk, or other system. Now I have a lot of slides where I go into details of the Act, and I would love to show at least the slides about the risk management system, data and data governance. But I think we have only 10 minutes now. So I'm going to just very quickly go through data and data governance, because I think that will speak to you. And I'm just going to rush through it, because then I want to have some time for questions. And I can always pick up slides of some of the other parts of the Act if questions are relevant to that. So here, Article 10 says high-risk AI systems that make use of techniques involving the training of models with data shall be developed on the basis of training, validation, and testing data. So if you have a set and you split it up in training and validation, that validation data is not the testing data. It's the historical data that you already have. Testing data is new data, is real life, real world data that meet the quality criteria referred to in paragraphs 2 to 5. Well, here we have them. These data sets shall be subject to appropriate data governance and management, which concerns in particular the relevant design choices, data collection, preparation, processing operations, the formulation of relevant assumptions, notably with respect to the information that the data are supposed to measure and represent, a prior assessment of the availability, quantity, and suitability of the data sets. Otherwise, you might be tempted to use low-hanging fruit, right? Examination of potential bias, identification of any possible data gaps or shortcomings. Training, validation, and testing data sets shall be relevant, representative, free of errors, and complete. When I read this, it made me smile. I don't think there is any set that can live up to this. Some work is needed here. They shall have the appropriate statistical properties, including where applicable, as regards the person or groups of persons on which the high-risk AI system is intended to be used. This is very important for bias detection and preventing bias, of course. And it's not easy, we all know that. These characteristics of the data sets may be met at the level of individual sets or combinations. So if you have a problem with distribution in one set, you can mitigate that risk by adding other sets. Training, validation, and testing data sets shall take into account, to the extent required by the intended purpose, the characteristics or elements that are particular to the specific geographical, behavioral, or functional setting within which that system is intended to be used. So here we are talking about the distribution during the training phase, and a distribution in real life. There has to be a clear mapping. Finally, in Article 10 gives, under paragraph 5, gives a legal ground to collect sensitive data that you normally are not allowed to process, to do bias monitoring. If you have data sets and ethnicity data are not in the data set, it might nevertheless be that there are many proxies for such bias. And here, the 5th paragraph gives a basis to then add ethnicity data to identify and detect that bias, to mitigate it, but that data may only be used for that purpose. And now I'm going to stop sharing because I'm afraid I'm already running completely out of time.
No, thank you, Mireille, for this presentation. Now I would give the opportunity for posing questions to Mireille. So we have 1, 2, okay, 3. So we can start maybe from people here in Venice, and then I would ask Christian in case to signal. Please come, yeah, Paul.
Oh, Mireille, so thanks again for the nice talk, and I really like the more pragmatic definition of AI. But there's just one issue I cannot resist raising. I raised already, which was a statement. I think was something like software that runs on a computer system as a definition of AI. And I would provocatively like to say this is wrong in so many ways as a definition. What you're talking about is algorithms, right? It's not software. AI algorithms can be done in hardware. Computer system is nothing without a software. So I wonder, why doesn't the commission, whoever defined it, just use some sort of a, let's say, provocatively proper computer science formulation? Essentially, all you need to do is speak about algorithms and things are clear. While software that runs on a computer system is just strange.
I used the term computer code. I said software is computer code. And I also said whether that code is hardwired or not doesn't make a difference. So I'm not saying computing system because then we have to define computing system. I'm just saying software is computer code. You can hardwire that code and then you basically have the gap that you are referring to.
But the question is why, whether algorithm is something that is a legal term, because I think that, people here from computer science agree. For me, algorithm is really what we're talking about. So why doesn't sort of the legal world adopt this this definition, which I think would be really most comprehensive? I like what you always say, that we need to be most inclusive, right?
Yes, but I'm worried about being over-inclusive. So I have, behind me is the kitchen. I've blurred it so you can't see it, but I have cookbooks there and they contain many algorithms. So I can have an algorithm. It can be a mathematical algorithm that is not at all computer code. So that means I then have to first define algorithm, then restrict it to algorithms that are also computer code. Then I say, why not just say computer code? Because that's what you want to talk about, right? Computer scientists do use the term computer code, and that is what software stands for. If I'm wrong about that, then I've missed something.
Actually, the nice thing about the algorithms would be mathematical, is that actually if you have an AI, essentially what AI system does is primarily it's an algorithm. So if you took, let's say, 1 million monkeys and trained them to execute that algorithm, then you would also not want it to, because it would be exactly the same. So in the way, it doesn't matter who executes it, whether you actually employ workers to do it and to do it manually, or whether you run a computer, it is the essence of what you do. Okay, I don't want to start discussion again. I just thought it's an interesting point to raise.
Thank you.
Okay, we would have Christoph, okay. Christian, just let us know if there is at least one.
There is one.
Okay, so.
Do you believe that a well-designed fundamental rights impact assessment could advance the discussion regarding what high risk means in the AI Act? could it help create a reasoned spectrum of risks rather than the low risk, high risk approach that the AI Act has?
I think that the Act has to be pragmatic in the sense of first scoping very broad. So saying AI systems, honestly, I think it is very wise to say that an Excel sheet is software and that if other conditions apply, it will fall within its scope. That doesn't mean that we now want to start regulating all the Excel sheets we have lying around. We only want to focus on high risk. And high risk here, and I find that very important, is not just about fundamental rights. I might even be more worried with the upcoming IoT, with climate catastrophes, about physical danger, and think of medical diagnosis, etc. So I'm very happy that the Act addresses that. Now, I agree with you. I think we would agree that assessing safety and health risks on one hand, and assessing fundamental rights risks on the other hand, are two totally different things. And as the Commission explains, we now have notified bodies, that very complex part of the Act, that says that you need third-party assessments for certain systems. We're talking about aviation, etc., so very high risk. But that other systems, like in the Machinery Directive, you can do the assessment yourself. And for now, the fundamental rights risk assessment providers have to do it themselves. Can they do that? No, they can't. I can't, you can't. I don't know anybody who can, right? So the Commission basically says this is a totally new approach. So we will have to, we're announcing this now. It will take 2-3 years before we have the final version of the Act. And companies, government agencies, providers, developers should now start thinking about this sort of, it's about auditing. Is that going to be simple? No. But I do think that compared to the GDPR, where in Article 35, it is sort of left up to controllers to decide whether something is high risk or not. I think it is very good in terms of legal certainty that the Act says, okay, these systems are high risk and those you don't have to worry about. Now, I don't agree with the division. I think certain systems are not qualified as high risk that are clearly high risk, like emotion recognition. It's incomprehensible how that could have been kept out of high risk. Also because if you require emotion detection or assessment systems to be under the requirements of high-risk system, I think they will be called out as pseudoscientific, right? Because all those requirements that are there, they're not going to live up to them. And that's good, because I love science, and it hurts me to see that people who don't understand what they are trying to sell, they just want to ride a certain wave, are making absolutely ridiculous claims. So yes, I think it's a good thing that the Act is more clear than the GDPR. Maybe for the GDPR, this was good, I don't know, but I think here it is a good thing. But I also think that the way things are categorized is not right. And that really needs our keen attention.
Okay, so thank you, Mireille, for your answer. Unfortunately, we cannot go ahead. But yeah, I would like to thank you again for your inspiring talk and for the questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hope there are other opportunities to meet, hopefully here in Venice or in other places. And now I would call Ulises Cortès, who is now moderating this panel on AI governance, and also the two speakers of the panel in present, so Sofia and Cesar. And yeah, and also I would like to call Techie and Peggy. So if you want to turn on your camera, okay.
So, welcome everybody. For those that survived to the lunch and the nice weather. So we will have a very tough topic for the afternoon. So now read my lips. So for those that believe that translation, automatic translation will survive, please read that using your automatic translator. You did it? Okay. So that's the translation. So that's why this is relevant. There is people with some power in the world that believes that AI will be the key to dominate either military or economic or socially the world. So it seems like we need to have some work as a community of AI researchers in the way this will be governed. So let me put some background in the discussion. So the first question is, does it make sense to talk about global governance of AI? Who will be doing it? Is just regulation or is it about other things? So as a matter of fact, Paul already put the finger on it. So there is a trade-off between regulations, economy, social awareness, the commodity of technology will bring you. We need to find a way to put all that together, right? And the other thing is that we don't know if governments, many governments in the world, I believe that there is now at least 150 AI plans for different governments in the world, including the UN plan, try to tell how you should develop AI. I don't know how many of those were really based on AI researchers' advice, but we have them, many of them, right? The other thing is this one, should be trust on AI. And when I say trust in AI, I'm using Johanna's recent idea that, well, AI is just a technology, has no personality, has no impersonation. So we don't have to trust any technology. We can trust on the use or the intention of the technology that is in use, but not in AI. Trusting AI is like trusting in a black box or in wizardry or in any faith. It's something that you just believe that can be trustable, but it's not there. So again, Paul put that in our lives this morning. We have to become aware that AI is pervading every aspect of our life. And if we want to use in an appropriate way the technology and the advances of this technology, we have to know in deep the technology and the promises and how it's used and which is given in exchange of this use, right? So finally, I will put 4 challenges, and many of those were already discussed because we are in the kernel of things. So there is a lot of prejudices, and most of them are social. We learn many things in our societies. Maybe you decide that those prejudices can change a little, but and mitigate and be more, let's say, reflexive and more tolerant with the ways other technologies are used. There is a cultural sensitivity. Of course, when I was young, if I had 300 pictures of myself on any place, my father will bring me to the psychiatrist saying that I'm an egologist. Now, they may call me someone that has an opinion or can be a trendy opinionaire in any social network. Privacy is also changed a lot because digital world. Security is an issue. Cybersecurity in particular is an issue, and we have to know how to deal with that. It's a new way to destroy economies. You know, there are places where the economy depends on digital factories, and there are countries that are specialized and have armies to do that. And the most complicated thing is how to integrate ethics into AI governance. Well, just in governance, it's clear if you ask people all over the world, will tell you that their politicians are not ethical at all. So why we can believe that AI should be ethical when we have a governance there. So those are the challenges, and I believe that we will be touching most of those during the panel. So we have 4 panelists all over the world. So we have this selection of individuals that will give us very different approaches. We have people that belong to banks, the international Inter-American Bank of Development. I always think in the Spanish world, not in the American world. So we have Teki in Africa. We have Peggy Buckle in Leuven, that she's in this ad hoc council of committee for AI. That is very interesting. This ad hoc committee. We need to know what does it mean ad hoc. And we have Sophia, that is a tech fellow. She's very young, and she will bring the new air to this discussion. And we have 3 questions: how AI governance, how it get it right, how mature is AI governance, and trustworthy AI developments. Is that feasible? So there's 3 questions. We have 4 panelists, and well, we start with Teki from Africa to see which are their opinions on the first question. How get it right?
Thank you very much, Francesco. So for me, getting it right means that everyone has to be on board. And I come from a community where we tend to be consumers of technology, but we are not the leaders, or we are not pioneering in the development of these technologies. So what we tend to see is that our people end up using these technologies, and sometimes they end up being taken advantage of because we do not have the right frameworks and systems in place to ensure that the technologies are appropriately used within my community. And so to respond to the first question, the most important thing in this technological drive that we're moving is to make sure that, you know, everybody comes along. Now, in Africa, we have a very diverse community of over 55 countries, different languages, and you find people in different classes and status of even the countries and economies. What that means is that when you're looking at even things like AI, Europe is talking AI, you know, regulation and the like, yes. And you're likely to see today in Africa move for the adoption of data protection laws, as well as a lot of IT and ICT related laws to help the communities. What tends to be lacking in all of these developments are a consistent framework for implementation and the challenges that are coming from there. So yes, you're likely to see in a couple of years, Africa again tagging along, looking at EU's laws and then adopting similar laws. We have countries currently in Africa that have similar laws to the GDPR. The question there is that, are we performing as well, for instance, as Europe is performing when it comes to compliance? No. And it comes from a particular source, which says that, look, the laws, we are adopting the laws, but we are not putting in place the frameworks and the resources that are required to ensure that we put in place the right ecosystem within these platforms. Mireille just mentioned the issue about capacity in the implementation. So for me, if Africa has to, even participate effectively in this space where information is being collected, where information is being used and processed, it's not just about recognition of ethical frameworks. It's not just about putting in place the laws. Is our technology ecosystem within the community well-resourced and knowledgeable enough to implement these systems in a way that ethically protects the people? Our laws, our regulators, are they equipped enough with the capacity that is required, to put in place the right interpretation and to also support the communities that they are supposed to regulate and push for the right form of compliance? And then you come to even the people. Are our people knowledgeable enough, to understand the implications of these things so that they can push for the right structures and framework when it comes to, and that is still something that is lacking behind. And so for me, in my community, I believe that in as much as there are a lot of concerted efforts, in this space, a lot more must be done to ensure that, we are not left behind.
Thank you very much. Cesar.
Thank you, Teki, and thank you, Ulises, for the initial framing about the conversation, because it's very interesting, and I think that you touch upon some aspects that are important to consider. So first, institutional disclaimer: I'm working as a consultant for the bank, and so. I mean, this is, I'm sharing what we are currently experiencing, but this is not institutional point of view from Latin America. So what you mentioned at the beginning was governance is not only about regulation, it's a broader aspect. And so what we are currently experiencing at the Fairlike Initiative, which is public-private initiative at the bank that promotes the ethical use of artificial intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean, is that we're looking at the subject of trust. No, so in the private sector with entrepreneurs, we're looking at the startups and we are looking at investors. So what we are trying to do is to put the focus on self-regulation, particularly through the vehicle of ethical AI, trying to look at ways in which entrepreneurs can embed all these principles into their products and solutions so that they are trustworthy. And then we are also trying to see how can we include all these as part of their critical path, because usually entrepreneurs, in particularly in the region, they are looking they are working on how to get the metrics right so that they can get funding, right? So for this reason, for us, it's very important to work together with investors so that they include all these criteria as part of their due diligence processes. So one of the challenges that we have faced in this whole process is the narrative aspect, because when we talk to entrepreneurs in the region, they say, okay, if in a particular country there is no regulation on data or less in artificial intelligence, so what is the interest they have in developing this kind of technologies? So there is it's been hard to make the case for entrepreneurs to embed all these aspects. But what we have seen that is working is to change the narrative a little bit. So it's not only talking about risk, do this because you will be punished or you will cause harm. We certainly are pushing for compliance with regulations, but also how can this be a trustworthy and reliable product that you can offer to the communities and really act as a solution for what you're trying to, to pursue. So I don't want to take much more time. There's a phrase. I think it was Dr. Steels who said, "It's fun to have fun, but you gotta know how." So I think that we're trying to do that. It's been hard. We've been doing this for over a year, but I'm happy to share some of the insights.
Thank you, Peggy. Could you answer the question?
Absolutely. Thanks, first of all, for having invited me. And like Mireille, I'm very sorry for not being with you in Venice. Let me perhaps answer first the question you had about why is it called Ad Hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence. The reason is that the Council of Europe is a quite, I would say, complex, sophisticated organization with many sectoral bodies. It has a number of steering committees, consultative committees that are permanent. I refer, for instance, to the Consultative Committee on Convention 108, which deals with protection of personal data. But here, in this case, the Committee of Ministers wanted to set up a committee that would be transversal, cutting through all the pillars of the Council of Europe. So the pillar that deals with human rights, the pillar that deals with democracy, the pillar that deals with rule of law, in order to look at artificial intelligence. And the mission of this ad hoc committee, which was established in 2019 and has a 2-year mandate, the mission was to look at the feasibility and the elements for a legal framework for artificial intelligence. So it's ad hoc because its mission, its mandate is limited to 2 years. We will have to deliver our final output in December of this year, and then it's up to the Committee of Ministers again to decide what happens next. So I hope that answers that practical question about why ad hoc.
Thank you.
With regard to AI governance, thanks indeed for pointing out that this is a term that covers much more than regulation, even though the term regulation itself can be quite broad and cover both binding instruments like statutory laws, which we can enforce, that courts or regulators can oversee, and on the other hand, what we call soft laws, declarations, recommendations. So let's stick to the broad term governance that includes different forms of regulation, but also like certification schemes, etc. There are two, I think, key characteristics that this governance for AI should have in order to be successful. And the first one has already been mentioned by Teki, and that is it should be a multi-stakeholder based governance where everyone involved should be heard. I guess that a lot of the problems we are confronted with AI relate to biases, biases in the development, biases in the data, and the biases in the development are undoubtedly due to the fact that those developing the AI systems are predominantly male, predominantly white. We've read about this. We've read about the research of female colored researchers like Joy Buolamwini, Timnit Gebru, who have brought to the fore these problems with biased algorithms and hidden discriminatory parameters that are being used or slip into these systems. So when we govern AI systems, we should make sure that there is diversity in the voices that are heard. And this is also something that within CAHAI we hold dear. And how is this concretely or practically organized? By having around the table in our discussions also representatives of NGOs, of industry, of other political organizations, consumer organizations, human rights advocates, etc. A second key characteristic for AI governments is that it should be democratic. We have in recent years seen a wealth of ethical guidelines being developed from all kinds of organizations, from within academia, like the Montreal Declaration, by governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and industry itself. Initially in the face of, we will self-govern, no need to develop new laws. Well, I think it's clear now that the governance of AI should be democratically based, in the sense that we not only need an ethical compass, but we also need a binding legal compass. We need to move on to the next phase, and that has actually started with the proposal for a regulation on AI by the European Commission on the one hand, and the direction in which the Council of Europe may be moving from next year onwards, namely negotiations about a convention, European Convention on AI. And so we need to embed these principles that have been identified in this reflection on ethics of AI, transparency, accountability. We now need to anchor them in binding instruments. And one of the tasks of CAHAI was also to find out whether there was a need for a new instrument. Can existing binding instruments, existing conventions like the Convention on Data Protection, the Convention on Cybercrime, are they not sufficient? Well, the conclusion that we reached in our feasibility study published last year in December was that there are important gaps that we need to address with a new instrument.
Thank you. Well, now, Sophia, please.
Hi, thank you for the invitation. So I want a bit to expand. First, we need to, it's important this AI governments should answer the concerns about the privacy and the ethics and the bias in these algorithms. And I want to expand a bit on the ethics that it was also mentioned before in the previous panel discussion, and how companies push more on ethics, and because it's not defined, and it's a socio-cultural concept that has an ethical value judgment, and the application depends a lot on the culture, on the regulations and the political systems. And what companies try to do is sometimes called ethics washing, which is the promise to address these AI ethical issues, but they are actually unsupported by concrete actions, and it diverts the attentions of if it actually is something is being done. So a way to address these issues is by using the international human rights law. It was what we were also trying to do it in our approach. So the international human rights law puts humans in the center of the decision making, and they are better defined and measurable, and most of them are defined through international or national laws. And the benefit is that they extend national and cultural boundaries. So using a human rights-based approach that it was also proposed from the Office of the United Nations High Commissioners for Human Rights, is a conceptual framework that puts the principles of participation, inclusion, equality, and non-discrimination. And I think these are, but was also mentioned before from Peggy, they are very important in constructing governance.
Thank you. So it's clear that the second question is irrelevant because it's not material at all, the AI government all over the world. So we are trying just to put in some stepping stones, and no one really had any good answer, not real actions in the world. And that's one of the things that I wanted to stress, putting that question there. So maybe we can have the third question now, please. And if you can put the two other participants there, so we are all integrated in the room. So now we got to the third question, and we will start now again with Peggy, and we do the turnaround, please.
Thank you.
See, please.
What did you mean with
I was talking with the guy there, so protect me and split it.
Well, I hope you will allow me, though, to say briefly something about the second question: how mature is AI governance? And I interpret that question as how far has KAHI advanced in developing the basis for a new instrument? So first of all, let me clarify that it is not the decision of KAHI to determine whether we will enter into negotiations on a treaty. This is for the Committee of Ministers to decide. However, during their meeting in May of this year, the Committee of Ministers has invited its deputies to carefully consider the different options, binding, non-binding instruments that the Council of Europe could develop. But in particular focus on a transversal binding instrument, which would mean a convention or a framework convention, with a view of starting negotiations in May of next year. So it looks like it's very likely that in the beginning of next year, the Committee of Ministers will formally adopt a decision that treaty negotiations will start. Why is this important? It is important because the Council of Europe, this is not duplicating the work of the European Union and the European Commission with the proposed AI Act. This is sometimes what people think. We are not there in Strasbourg to simply copy what the Commission is doing. The competences and the mission of the Council of Europe is different from the European Union. So the instrument that the European Commission, the European Union, what Mireille was talking about, has as a main purpose to harmonize legislation in the 27 member states of the European Union to ensure the internal market. And what are the requirements to put AI systems in the EU market so that they can freely travel from one member state to another? And of course, in those requirements, you can take into account fundamental rights. The mission of the Council of Europe is very specifically to protect human rights, to promote democracy and the rule of law. So the convention that will be developed by the Council of Europe will focus entirely on state obligations in order to ensure that AI systems respect human rights, are not or are compatible with the democratic processes and with the rule of law. And a second important aspect there is that the Council of Europe covers 47 members, so that's 20 more than the European Union, but has also strong tradition of working closely with what we call observer states. So in KAHI, for instance, we have also Mexico, we have Canada, United States, Israel, Japan, taking part in the discussions. And to give one example of a convention where, for instance, also a lot of African states are adhering to or have ratified, that is the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. And so, of course, the aspiration, the hope is that also here, the Council of Europe can somehow lay a basis for harmonized standards with regard to human rights, democracy, and rule of law in relation to AI systems that then is further specified in different regions of the world in light of specificities there. And this complements initiatives by other political organizations like the OECD or the UNESCO. UNESCO is also in the process of preparing a recommendation on the ethics for AI. And the UNESCO has an even broader geographic coverage than the Council of Europe, but cannot come up with a binding instrument. And so therefore, they are going in the direction of a recommendation on the ethics of AI systems. And all this will complement each other to ensure that there is growing harmonization with regard to the standards on the one hand, but also that there are enforcement mechanisms in place. And this is something that you cannot, because we don't have the tools for that you cannot do at the global level. You need to look at EU, European and national enforcement mechanisms in order to enforce the rules and obligations we put in place.
Interesting. So, well, now, Sophia.
Okay, about the trustworthy AI.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a complex problem, a real-world complex problem, so it needs real-world complex solutions. And to make AI accountable, inclusive, and trustworthy, it requires many actors and stakeholders, from governance to public and private sectors, companies, and practitioners. And it needs to be seen as holistically. And what they also focus on, and it's part of the workshop, is creating this culture of trustworthy AI, trustworthy AI. And this can start with the new generation of computer scientists and the way they're being taught about these issues. So they need to learn about some basic human rights knowledge and understand the effects and the social implications of the products and the algorithms they create. And so that we have a next generation that creates technology that serves the humans.
Okay, Cesar.
Thank you. I would also like to give some words on AI governance maturity based on what Peggy mentioned, because I think it was pretty clear to see that it's uneven according to different regions, and of course within regions in different countries. So in Latin America, we are under very different conditions of maturity with respect to AI governance. Of course, there are some advances, first with respect to data regulation, some national AI strategies are being developed by the governments, etc. But we do not have this kind of instruments as you have here in Europe. So I think it's important to acknowledge this disparity, and also to mention that with respect to self-regulation and trying to use ethical AI into, embed ethical AI into business solutions, it's also, we are also at the paradox that we have many guidelines, but there's still very little practice into that, no? So it's a difficult thing to do, but I think there are many institutional efforts from different organizations. With respect to feasible trustworthy AI, I think that it's feasible from my own perspective. I can see that startups in Latin America are doing it. They are trying to incorporate more thoughtful practices into their business operations. So that's reason for optimism. But there is also a number of challenges with respect to this, in particular in entrepreneurial ecosystems. Is easy to find concepts as selling points, no? So I mean, we have a wide array of selling points, from even the concept of ethical AI, democratization, neural networks, etc. No, just to say, hey, my solution is cool, but we really need to put the microscope into what this means, and so what is the market effect of this into the users and the communities that might or might not be affected. So I think we also need to control for these kind of concepts, but I think it's in the agenda, and we've been taking inspiration from many other parts of the world, particularly here in Europe, regulations, etc. So I think there's reason to be optimistic, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your turn. Okay,
okay. Yes, I can. Sorry, thank you. So in terms of AI maturity in Africa, I would say that we are still at a very baby or early stages yet. We are seeing a lot of trends that is following from data protection and privacy laws being adopted. There's not been a lot of implementation, has been a challenge around there. Another way that I also like like to look at the maturity levels is that I see industry actually doing a lot more within that space, because there's a lot more activity around technological development when it comes to AI. So that maturity level is a bit higher. When it comes to governance and the regulatory ecosystem, it's still very young. Legal and regulatory countries are now adopting laws. Those that also have the laws, the implementation has been very slow, except for a few countries. When it comes to data governance issues, there's a lot more discussion now around these issues. And so a lot more awareness is happening around there. But again, we see that there is some challenges in terms of, ensuring that we keep pace with how the rest of the world is going. And these challenges are coming, as I mentioned earlier, from the lack of capacity, in terms of whether it is feasible, whether we can build a trustworthy AI ecosystem. I believe that it is feasible, but for my continent, I think that a lot more effort has to go in there. And it must be a concerted effort that looks at all the stakeholders and the rest of the world and brings as many people together as possible in order to ensure that that can be done. So it is feasible, but there's still a lot of work that must be done. And that's how I'd like to put it.
Thank you very much. So now that we have time and we skip one question, I will put you a fast question for fast reaction. And we start by Teki, and then Sophia, then Cesar, and you close Peggy. So the question is, knowing that there is no central authority that will be recognized to govern AI, a democratic system for AI will exist at all? Because you put that in the floor, the democracy for AI governance. So let us go.
Okay, I mean, for me, it's going to be very challenging to have a central system on the basis that nation states operate on their national sovereignty. And so that alone will create a challenge. We probably may be able to use the existing structures, such as the UN systems and other international body of laws, international law structures and systems to be able to, forge some system. But ultimately, implementation is going to boil down to countries, and it's going to come down to the legislations within there. So I do not think that a centralized system is going to work. And it will face a lot of challenges. What I rather think we should be looking at is recognizing the differences that exist within the various communities and working on building bridges for collaboration, which we're already doing in the world today. Africa and African countries may not have the same laws with Europe, but there are working arrangements that allow us to interact and work together. We are doing this currently for trading, and so we should be able to use these same mechanisms to allow for better interaction, especially in that space as well. And I think that ultimately, the most important thing in all of that is recognition of the impact and the risks of these technologies on people. So once we are able to create a very fair system that recognizes this and protects, minimizes the risks and protects people, I think that it makes it easier for collaboration and building bridges.
I think that we should start from the international human rights frameworks and all these United Nations and the frameworks that define that human rights are unique, are universal, and they are inherent to all of us. So our system should depict that. And then at the national level, each one should have a local context, because this is where the algorithms will be used.
Yes, thank you. So I think in the end, political and representative institutions should prevail over private interests. And of course, this would depend on many different national contexts. I think that's also important, you know, now that we mentioned democracy, democracy right now is passing through tough times. So I think it's important to recover its legitimacy and its value. And I mean, for me, this is a great opportunity to align the incentives of different actors really to pursue the social good. So, yeah.
Well, I would like to adhere to Teki's response that we can try to strive at harmonized substantive norms. So what are the key values, key obligations? But when it comes to enforcing those obligations, you are bound by the sovereignty of states. And so enforcement is a matter, usually a matter of national competences, unless states have voluntarily given up certain powers to supranational institutions, like we have done in Europe to the European Union. So your question somehow would boil down to, do we need an international tribunal for AI systems? And I think this is politically feasible for huge crimes like genocide, but I don't see it happening that fast for AI systems. And I think there, indeed, this was also mentioned before, that the international trade mechanisms that we have will probably be used in order to, for instance, if certain AI systems that come from other parts of the world and do not comply with the norms in your region, then they might probably be stopped or via the international trade mechanisms. And by the way, this is also what the proposal for a regulation of that the European Commission has put on the table in April foresees, namely, irrespective of where the AI system has been developed, if you want to sell it and use it within the European Union, it has to comply with the obligations in the regulation. And so from that perspective, the EU regulation will apply also to systems that come from outside European Union, and similar systems exist in other parts of the world. So this will also lead to stronger convergence when it comes to the obligations and the norms itself. But enforcement is always a matter of the national courts and national regulators, unless supranational institutions have been put in place, like in Europe, the European Court, in Luxembourg, the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg.
Let me be a little skeptical. We should remember that human rights were promulgated back in 1988, and we're still there. Even if they are approved by most of the countries, they are not there. Please, but 1 second. So it's very complicated to see that we will get through UNN or other centralized organized organisms an answer to this, or even a common agreement. Professor Regila,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the very interesting thoughts that you expressed just about human rights. This is not binding. The International Declaration of Human Rights in 48, not all countries ratified it. Important countries. Yeah. So it's not binding. But I had the questions about, because Peggy mentioned the international trade processes, which of course it's a very clear and realistic approach. But the regulation, the proposal says that, for example, for high-risk systems, there should be an ex-ante certification mechanism provided by third parties. So my question is, who are those third parties? How can they be trusted? And if it is about products made outside of Europe, will there be also third parties in those countries of origin? And how can we assess that themselves they are in confirmation of the European regulations? So does this exist already in other domains? And what would be the situation for AI systems? Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for that challenging question. And I have the text of the proposed regulation here with me to see where the term third party, you mean you probably refer to the notified bodies. So what the Commission, I think, has in mind is that conformity assessments can be done by normalization bodies like we have in different countries, or third party certifiers. So you have organizations that specialize in assessing whether certain products or certain even services exists also for services, whether they comply with existing technical standards. So in my view, in order to be recognized, because I think this is also what they use, the term recognized notified bodies, you may have to be established within the EU. I'm not sure. Mireille, if you know this better, then please come in.
It is one of the most boring and complex, if not complicated, parts of the Act. But the fundamental rights assessment, the provider has to do themselves. There's a lot of criticism about that. So if you look at the Annex 2, so that system which basically have safety risks, under A, the systems, the providers called producers or manufacturers have to do that assessment themselves. Annex 2 under B, it has to be done by an independent third party, the notified bodies, etc. But Annex 3, that's the fundamental rights infringements, again, have to do it themselves. And the Commission says, well, that's because we don't know how to do this kind of auditing. I agree, there is no expertise at this moment, and I can understand the hesitation of the Commission, but I can also fully understand people saying, oh, wow, so there is no independent expertise to audit this. We have no idea how to assess risks to fundamental rights by these sort of systems. And therefore, we are going to task the provider who has an interest, a clear interest here. So I think the Commission's objective, as the Commission says, is that this sort of, that there should be, and this might sound strange, but there should be a market for this kind of skills. So auditing, and it makes sense, but I can also feel people saying, oh, come on, you can't ask a provider to tell that their own stuff is going to actually infringe fundamental rights. It's a very complicated part of the Act.
Perhaps one thing to add there, are there already precedents? I think we have precedents with the data protection regulation, where you also in certain circumstances have to do data protection impact assessment. Well, since the adoption of the regulation in 2016 and the application, it applies since May 2018, you've seen these legal services that specialize in DPIAs, data protection impacts assessments, mushrooming. So we can probably expect something similar. And then with regard to technical standards, safety standards, there's already, I think, a long tradition of checking compliance, conformity assessments. We've had that with several other products. You have that in telecoms markets. So undoubtedly, we will see something similar happening here with AI.
I just want to add to the last two speakers. Anyone who's interested in the success or failure of certification mechanisms, just study the case of breast implants, silicone breast implants. That is a case in point about how they manage security for consumers.
Thank you. That's very good. Please, Professor.
Well, the Dieselgate is also, of course, not a very good example.
And just a question that I think primarily goes to techie, but to the background. We now speak about this governance and regulation of AI, mostly speaking about human rights and things like that, which is a very important aspect. And I think that is something on which you can make few compromises and which should be universal, right? Not all countries recognize it, Raja pointed out, but should be. But another aspect that Mireille also pointed out very nicely is it's plainly very often about protecting people from harm. If you talk about protecting people from harm, it's not that you just prevent something bad from happening, but you always look at this trade-off between what can this application do to benefit a person and what is the risk of actually putting a person to harm. Now, if you're good at translating this to other countries, say to Africa, the question is whether those trade-offs may not be different, simply because the potential in some cases might be bigger than a risk. And I know a good example I've discussed and involved with. There is this aspect, for example, of AI-based medical apps that sort of simulate a simple medical help. It's something that in Europe is seen very critically and regulated, rightly so, because nearly the entire population has access to high-quality medical care, and the bar for such an app to provide a benefit is very high. Now, if you think about areas where there's nearly no or very little access to medical help, you may say that the trade-off is essentially allowing people to use such apps much lower, because you're not comparing to high quality medical care by a real doctor versus the app, but you're talking about no access to care versus access to this sort of a care. So the question is again, how much sense does it make to differentiate between this human rights aspect, which should be universal, and other aspect which may be very different in different regions? Or maybe, how much accepting simply one-to-one all the rules from Europe in Africa may actually not do more harm than good in some aspects, not in others.
Thank you. I think that we would be making a big mistake to say that the standards will be the same across board. And that's because a lot of factors, the environment within which the technology is going to operate, and several other factors are going to influence what will be appropriate. In some cases, there will naturally be a sacrifice. We've seen what has happened during the COVID, and I like to relate it to that, even though it's different. So that has clearly influenced the extent of compromise and what is going to be traded. And so I believe that when it comes to looking at the trade-offs, we must create a system that is not, determining what the trade-offs should be, but providing some higher level principles of what we should be trading off for, right? So if, for instance, ultimately we do not want a system that will take the lives of people, or we do not want a system that will discriminate, then we understand what these higher principles are, so that the decisions can then be enforced at the lowest possible levels. But I think that it would be challenging to, at the global level, agree on what these trade-offs will be. I don't even think it's feasible, because we're talking about technology, and those things change even with time, as well. So that's my response. I hope I've managed to answer the questions.
That's very good. I believe that is alienated with things that Mireille already said in her talk. Do you want to add something from Latin America?
Well, yes, it's also very, at least from the perspective of Latin America, and I think it will be similar to other different places of the world. I mean, way in which we try to protect vulnerable and excluded populations is very important. So I totally agree in what Teki mentioned on the the trade-off framework on what should it be, because what we're looking at in Latin America sometimes is that also looking at what is the impact of developing some digital solutions in places where maybe some other problems that cannot be put into digital formats are more pressing. We can see that in a number of countries where all the way from poverty to political instability is very hard to handle. So yes, I mean, I think it will be hard to convene on what are the trade-offs, but the trade-off framework itself, like you mentioned, is super useful. In fact, we try to use that into the tools we elaborate for entrepreneurs, saying, hey, at least you need to recognize that there will be some trade-offs. I'm not talking at this level of human rights, but for example, when you try to minimize the data you collect for a certain app, then you will know that maybe that will be against your research and development team trying to identify certain bias. No, so even at that level, it's interesting to use this trade-off framework, and yeah, I don't know. I just a related note.
Well, thanks. Well, let me tell you that I don't believe that this idea of trade-off is always a good approach, because I don't see the high-level expert group guidelines to accept an utilitarian vision in the use of technology, because I think that the European view is more on protecting and enhancing the quality of life of individuals. So, and that's, I believe that is more an American way of doing. And yeah, yes, more. So it's not about economics. Even if you start talking, Peggy, about the trade system, but of course there is trade on top. But first are the human rights, and then the economical benefit. And we cannot.
Sorry, the reason why I nodded, was shaking my head, is because there are certain states also in Europe defending the view that in a human rights impact assessment, you should definitely also include the description of the benefits. It cannot only be about the risks, because we need to be open to the opportunities that the AI systems can deliver. And then you have those claiming, no, we should focus on the risks. And if the risk is sufficiently high, then it doesn't matter what benefits it can bring. So also within Europe, you have different views on this balancing exercise.
So Udis, I wanted just to comment, because you talk about the tutorial. I really wanted to make clear that when I talk about the trade-offs, I never ever suggested that things like human rights and other things should be part of that trade-offs. Okay. That's what I said. What you need to do is you need to differentiate between effects. There are these universal human rights and other things that are not subject to the trade-offs, no matter what benefits. That is very clear. But we simply have to accept that some of the regulation and some of the things actually are, and that's what I said, what Mireille, sometimes you're not talking about protecting fundamental human rights, but essentially protecting people from coming to harm. And then it is really about trading off potential harm and potential benefit, right? A very nice example are, for example, self-driving cars, where no matter what you do, people will always die because of accident caused by self-driving cars. So the question is, will the number of such deaths be significantly smaller than the number of deaths caused by human drivers?
Against, you get controlled all the time because you are on top of one of those cars. So autonomy, privacy against safe.
But again, I think it's important to say there are things that you never trade off, which are human rights and fundamental values. And there are things where you're talking always about a benefit cost analysis. And there are countries and tendencies in Europe, which I think are wrong, to always say, if there is something negative about the system, then it should not be considered. And that applies to human rights, but not necessarily to other things, because there's no system in the world that only has positive effects. Everything in the world has a cost.
this morning during the first coffee break with Paul and Roger, we were talking about the problem of knowledge. Every time you ask why, you are having a problem with God. He only wants believers. And one of the problems is that if you have AI pervading and making many of things, and the trade-offs are sold as very good, then you will start believing that AI is so good that you don't have to ask why. And I'm in the part of always asking why. And I'm not very sure that all these promises of technology, even if I've been doing AI during the last 40 years now, I'm getting old, I'm pursuing in trying to understand the epistemological reasons, but I don't see where the use of these results that are very good from the economical point of view are also taking a part of the benefits or the quality of life of others. And we have to balance, right? And governance goes about that we get in a way that we can promote equal opportunities among all citizens using this technology that is at hand, given that we are able to understand why, that's the trade-off that Paul was telling, why this technology is useful and which may be the possible prejudices. So now it's time for the questions. I'd like to thank you because your answers were very good. And now let's go to the questions. I don't know if Christian, you have any question online? Christian, are you there?
Oh, no, in fact, I don't have any extra question. There was one question that was already, let's say, solved in the chat because it was more directed to Mireille.
So thanks for this. We have time for questions here. So any one of you have any more questions, any reflections? Please, Ever. You, Alessandro, have one?
Thank you all for this interesting panel. I would like to clarify a bit of the position of self-regulation. I think it was brought up by you and others either commented on it or amended it a bit. I have two comments on which I would like to have your reaction. First of all, it's a question, does self-regulation not presuppose a fully balanced market where consumers can go to another provider, like for financial services? So this would mean that if you are relying on self-regulation for trustworthy AI use in financial service provision, like banking, you would communicate the uses, the ethical guidelines, the practices that you have to your customers in the presumption that they have the opportunity to vote with their feet. So, and to add a democratic element. And if there is no such thing like voting, because all banks follow the same policy in the country, then you could say we could add a democratic element by having a talk or involving customer representations, like customer councils or advisory councils or financial civil NGO type of organizations. So do you consider that as well as an accompaniment for proper self-regulation? That is one. And secondly, although I would really like to share your optimism, self-regulation hasn't worked very well so far in, let's say, businesses complying to sustainability guidelines. So the story is not very good. Can you bring me over to your optimism with other arguments?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. Is really good. Again, this is personal position. So with respect to the first question, does it not presuppose a fully balanced market? No, the possibility for consumers to decide. I think that it's interesting to look at the different kinds of markets and different kinds of companies that we look at. So, for example, In the very short lifespan that has had this initiative, we've been working with some entrepreneurs, basically. So it's not big banks, no? So it's not monopolies. So it's startups that need to compete to get, funding or to be bought by a certain bank, no? So from that perspective, self-regulation plays a little bit differently than big corporations or bigger banks, because they have competition with other entities, and so that is a incentive. At least we try, and of course we cannot see all the market. We have only worked with as many companies as we have done in this year, but what I'm trying to say is that in this very narrow segment, we have seen that for them it is a differentiator aspect that they want to pursue. So in one sense, this pushes company to pursue some sort of self-regulation. What is the quality of that self-regulation might vary, no? Because I mean, they can only make one or two tweaks, which is not really meaningful to credit scoring algorithms, of course, and so that would be subject to debate. But at least from the previous step, which is trying to identify the incentives, I think that we're making some progress. I don't know if that would be good. I mean, enough. And this leads me to the second question, which is what is proper self-regulation? Because it is very hard, at least in private sector, to separate which is profit-driven interest from boards, not only the entrepreneurs themselves. And I think this is, again, interesting to compare big corporations, which have maybe their own dynamics. I was talking to a friend, maybe with big technology companies in the US, and saying, what would happen if one of these CEOs would say, no, we need to protect privacy. We need to fight back misinformation, echo chambers. So what would be the reaction, not only from their boards, but from users that want to use this kind of technologies, no? So maybe the company would shut down the system, but some other would try to cover for that. So I think it's also interesting to analyze this by the size, by the dynamics of the different companies. And so what we're looking at is a very small, even from seed, stages of development, business development, technological development, to more or less Series A with 20, 30, employees. So at that range, at least we're trying to make sense on how to continue the agenda in this path. So we need to be optimistic, but I know the rest of the story as well.
Mireille, I believe that you were objecting part of it.
Yes, but it may be that I misunderstood the question. So if the question is about self-regulation at a global scale, then I think the answer that was just given is a very informative answer. I just wanted to respond to the idea that self-assessment, that is now key to the AI Act in relation to fundamental rights, that's not the same as self-regulation. But I think the question was maybe meant broader, so then my comment is not correct. And I also said something about this idea that consumers voting with their feet can be qualified as democratic participation. That's a well-known narrative, of course. And we can talk for hours about where that comes from. But I also think there is now much more interesting scientific research that shows how this neoliberal idea, how it was born and who propagated it, and based on what assumptions. So I think we're seeing a lot of literature where this is turned around. So if the choice architecture of consumers So what type of choices they get, how they are presented. If that's opaque and manipulated, then of course, such choices have nothing to do with democracy. But I think we all agree on that point, maybe not on the extent to which we are being manipulated. And here I think it is either important to make sure the market works properly, so that's competition law, which I think most would agree needs a lot of reinvention. And there, of course, liability, strict liability for some harm is absolutely crucial. I think the Commission will come up with something like that. And the second thing is that there are things that cannot be solved by markets, like not life in the universe is not an engineering problem. It's also not a market problem. And I think there is a lot of thought at this moment in what type of problems can you solve by a market, which not, how should that market be organized, how should you make possible, and that's what legislation is for, how should you make possible that people can make informed choices. And I think, for instance, when you talk about Africa, in the chat, I'm referring to the work of Lynette Taylor. There are, of course, telco operators which tell people, look, we're going to give you devices and free subscriptions. The only thing we want back, the only thing, and you will never notice it, is all your personal data, right? And we'll even paint your house orange, because that's the name of our, and these sort of things can be extremely dangerous because mobility data in Africa can be used against groups of people if they come in the wrong hands. So these things are complex. No, I don't think we should say, well, in Africa, people have different cost-benefit analysis because they have nothing. I think that would be, some people might basically think that. They will, of course, never say that aloud, but they might think that, and I think that's extremely dangerous. So we should not go that direction. I don't think anybody here would want to go that direction.
Okay, I'd like to thank the panel, the audience of the questions. That's been very good. Thanks, Mireille, for your participation in this part also. And especially thanks to Teki, because you brought a very new fresh air. Now we know that there is life in Africa, and we should keep talking with you and try to cooperate in as much as possible. Thank you very much, all.
Welcome back to this second half of the afternoon session of the workshop. Now we have 3 talks, contributed talks. There is a dedicated time for questions and answers at the end. So I would recommend 20 minutes for each talk. So the first one is a presentation by Noémie, Krack, and Emine Hildebrandt. And they are from KU Leuven, and they will be talking about legal framework in the AI in the media sector. Okay, thank you for contributing.
Thank you for inviting us. I hope you can hear me well with the mask and everything. So first of all, many thanks already for your attention. We are really happy to be here. My colleague Emine and I are from the Center of IP and ICT Law of KU Leuven. And indeed, today we will speak about the use of AI systems in the media sectors and provide in 15 minutes, we hope, a snapshot of some of the legal and ethical trends in the field currently. So if I do like this, okay, perfect. So basically, AI systems are already omnipresent in media. So I have kind of mapped them in 3 pillars here. So there's, first of all, the pillar of content creation, where AI systems are used to create content, where you have the famous deepfakes, but also what we call automated journalism or robot journalism, which are basically AI systems that are helping journalists to produce some summaries of events such as sportive events or meteorological predictions. Then second pillar for content productions, AI tools are very useful for helping the actors of the media with smart assistants, also tools for editing some content, and also for video games, and also for automatic subtitling and dubbing of existing materials such as video, speeches, etc. And in the third pillar, content dissemination and organization, maybe it's the mostly known use of AI systems in media is for recommender systems with the use of filtering system, and also for content moderation, such as flagging some illegal content, but also not only flagging, but removing content. So all of these uses bring some opportunities and benefits, but also some considerable risk and challenges, notably for fundamental rights. So on the opportunities, of course, for instance, automatic subtitling can improve inclusivity and diversity in the media content. Also, AI can be used to detect some manipulated content, such as deepfakes, but also detect some illegal material, such as illegal speech. It's also a time savior for some actors and can help also private actors to comply with some legal obligation that's required to act very quickly to detect, for instance, an illegal content. Now there has been the terrorist content regulation that requires providers to act in 1 hour. This is very hard to do with only human resource and has to be combined with AI systems tools. But also it brings many risks and challenges, notably risk of contributing to discrimination, replicating discrimination, for instance, in the advertisement that are displayed, because the data sets might have been biased. Also for freedom of expression, because we know that AI systems have some troubles to understand the context and cultural sensitivity, which is crucial to help moderating content. So only relying on AI systems can lead, for instance, to censoring a YouTube channel that was just playing chess and explaining chess theory and strategies, because it categorized the content as hate speech. It was Black species attacking white species, etc. So it's important to have some human in the loop and not only rely on AI systems for content moderation. We have seen also some bots using to spread misinformation and illegal content, and also AI systems producing some more polarization in the social media. So the Council of Europe released a study that showed that actually AI systems have an impact on almost all fundamental rights, and it has a very transversal and horizontal impact in all aspects of our lives. This is why it's important to have a framework and some safeguards in place to orientate the technological progress towards more trustworthiness. So Emine will present you briefly the guidelines.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. As mentioned several times today, there are many ethics guidelines concerning AI, but one of the most well-known is the high-level expert group ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI. And according to these guidelines, there are 3 components of trustworthy AI. The first one, it should be lawful, in other words, respecting all applicable laws and regulation. It should be ethical, respecting ethical principles and values. And lastly, it should be robust, both from a technical perspective and while taking into account its social environment. So these guidelines also come with 4 principles. These are respect for human autonomy, fairness, explicability, and prevention of harm. And based on these 4 principles, there are 7 requirements to comply with in order to achieve the realization of trustworthy AI. These are briefly human agency and oversight, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, societal and environmental well-being, and accountability.
So basically what we have seen in the recent years is a real boom in terms of policy and ethical guidelines from international institutions, but not only private stakeholders, civil society, NGOs, everyone is involved in the debate and is producing their voice and their say. This is not because, and there's at the moment at the international level, there's no international convention or binding text which is focusing specifically on AI on an horizontal basis. However, this is not because there is not such legal initiative at the moment adopted, because there's of course proposal on the table and we will talk about this. that AI should not respect the already existing legislation in place, because indeed there are already a bundle of legal framework applicable and that AI systems developers have to take into consideration. And this is definitely in line with the lawfulness pillar of the ethical guidelines. So the problem with existing instruments is that when they are not, they have been developed or adopted way before, for instance, the real boom of technological progress on AI, and therefore they are or quite vague, which is not really helpful for providing some clear information to providers, developers, or users of AI systems. They are old or not adapted to the technological progress of today. Therefore, existing legislation have been deemed insufficient to address the specific challenges that AI system may bring. Therefore, what is the solution? One, you can interpret or adapt the existing rules, or you can create new regulation. And this is the second option that was undertaken by the EU, because in order to solve the existing gap at the moment, in order to provide some legal security and safeguard the EU values and fundamental rights, while remaining competitive, well, some legal initiatives were released. And there's not only the EU working on the topic, and we've seen this with Professor Balk earlier today, that the Council of Europe is also working on the topic and will perhaps in the future release a potential convention. So what we will do now is that we will probably present how a selection of the requirements and principles, such as mental autonomy and transparency from the guidelines, are materialized and integrated in the current legislative proposal and recent policy documents of the EU. So let's start with mental autonomy.
Yes, so in the high-level expert group guidelines, the first principle is respect for human autonomy, and it's explained as ensuring that humans interacting with AI systems must be able to keep full and effective self-determination over themselves. So when interacting with AI systems, individuals should be given meaningful opportunity to make their own choices and have their own decision-making space. Even though the guidelines do not mention explicitly, this principle is also very closely related to the right to integrity of the person enshrined in Article 3 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this right doesn't only encapsulate bodily integrity, it also encapsulates mental integrity. And interestingly, even though mental integrity and respect for mental autonomy are commonly cited and mentioned concepts in ethics debate, the mind is still terra incognita. In other words, it's an unexplored territory. Despite being recognized as an absolute fundamental right under Article 9 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the right to freedom of thought and its protection has received little attention in practice. We can also see that trend from current policy initiatives we are discussing today. The reason for this perhaps could be the mind has been perceived as unreachable, free from external interferences. Interference was always considered factually impossible. That's why there are also no specific guidelines on what is considered illegitimate interference and what is legitimate interference. And in that case, what I mean by illegitimate interference is basically any unjustified manipulation of human beings. And as Bowles and Douglas define, AI systems that influence thoughts, opinions, or behavior in ways that bypass or weaken rational control should be considered manipulative, therefore subject to public scrutiny. And one can see that acknowledgement of this claim in some upcoming AI legislation. For example, as we mentioned, AI Act Draft Article 5 prohibits subliminal manipulative practices and exploitation of specific vulnerable groups in its risk-based approach. This is a great and affirmative step that cognitive harms have started to be recognized, but explanatory memorandum suggests that other manipulative and exploitative AI practices affecting adults shall be covered under other existing legislation, such as the GDPR, Consumer Rights Directive, and Digital Services legislation. The main problem here is that current legal framework either doesn't cover manipulation or retains a myopic focus on subliminal manipulation. None of this legislation has a specific provision on supraliminal manipulation that aims to bypass or weaken rational control, despite the target being aware of it. Through exploitation of cognitive biases, the latter type of manipulation is becoming more frequent than the former. Thus, businesses and governments can manipulate individuals by exploiting non-psychological weaknesses. And today, with the aid of AI and big data, through using behavioral science and persuasive technology methods, each person could be micro-targeted. The content and the means of delivery could easily be tailored to the person. And these manipulative practices can be conducted on readily available and highly used social media platforms as well as recommender systems. And we could definitely say that Cambridge Analytica scandal is a great and a very infamous example to illustrate the difference between contemporary and traditional influence methods. And in that incident, behavioral and persuasive science methods were coupled with an immense amount of personal and non-personal data to micro-target Facebook users and exploit their vulnerabilities. And what's even worse and more ethically challenging is that vulnerable individuals, especially users who were prone to impulsive anger and conspiratorial thinking, were targeted with tailored political messages. And most of us think today that the US 2016 election outcome was probably highly influenced by this practice. So conclusively, it's not hard to see that current influence practices do not only create issues concerning individual mental autonomy, decision-making, and the right not to be manipulated, but they also create longer-term problems for democracies and the public sphere. Now we will talk about transparency.
Yes, so as for mental autonomy, there's a start in the legislative proposal on the table at the moment. When it comes to transparency, it's already a requirement, a principle that has been for a long time already in the EU legislations. And this is basically, when it comes to media sector, this is the way the current initiatives are trying to go towards trustworthy AI. So transparency is the mean that has been chosen for the moment. So basically, transparency has different components. It can be transparency about the element of an AI system. Transparency also means the explanation of an AI system's decision-making process, being informed about the fact that you are interacting with an AI system, but also informed about the capabilities, but also the limits about an AI system. So when it comes to media, it's actually quite of a challenge, especially for social media, because there's a lot of opaque autonomous systems. And it makes it actually very difficult for human users and end users of the social media, such as citizens, to understand how it works. Why a certain content is displayed, why do I get certain advertisements, etc., etc. Transparency is not always easy to achieve because of black box, of course, but also because there's a limit to the data that social media owns, and behind some trade secrets or for preserving the security of the service, most of the time, no information are released for researchers about how algorithms work. So, but transparency is key to understand how a system works and to allow the end users and the citizen to realize that there's no magic, there's no trick behind this. And it's important to understand how something works to avoid being manipulated or avoid having some frustration for content that is taken down for which we don't get any answer as to whether, why, and the reasons why the content is taken down. So we've seen that transparency is really a word and a concept that encompass actually different subsections, such as the communication about the component of the AI systems, the explanation as to whether why an AI system took a certain decision, record keeping and documentation. And we see now that in the AI Act, there are two provisions mainly that are providing for specific transparency. First of all, Article 13 for high-risk systems, that actually there's one component about explainability and one component about communication about the limitation and capabilities of the performance of a high-risk system. Therefore, we see that they are kind of in line with what the high-level expert group guidelines requires. Then for Article 52, this is another level of AI systems. It's, I would say, the not minimal, but acceptable risk. There are only transparency requirements for these AI systems. And this includes some chatbots. So for instance, the article here provides that users need to be informed that they are interacting with an AI system. So this is in line with what's said in the guidelines. However, there's no opt-out options, while it was recommended by the guidelines to provide the users the option to say, no, I don't want to interact with an AI system, I want to interact with a human. Then regarding to deepfakes, the content now shall be disclosed as being artificially generated or manipulated. This has to be done through labeling and disclosing the artificial origin of the deepfake. However, there's a lot of exceptions, such as for freedom of expression and for non-professional activity and law enforcement purposes, which makes us wonder actually what is the real impact of this article that wishes to provide more transparency about deepfakes if there are so many exceptions. So in the DSA, the DSA is a text that revised the old e-commerce directive, which is basically a text creating some obligation for intermediary services. There's actually a lot of transparency obligations that are going to be imposed for the providers. So now communication shall be provided for the end users about yes or no is there the use of AI systems to moderate the content. For the recommender systems, basically, there is not only communication about the fact what are the parameters chosen, but also the end users could be empowered to choose some of the parameters and to opt out of some of them. Also, the platforms, we talked about it earlier on, and risk assessment and transparency report must provide information about AI systems. Transparency is also part of the DMA in order to find, as algorithmic transparency is found as key for solving unfair practices. It's also part of the EU Democracy Action Plan and the guidance to strengthen the code of practice of disinformation. So you see transparency is everywhere in the EU initiatives at the moment. But are these legal initiatives going in the right direction and towards enough trustworthiness for AI? Are they enough taking into account ethic principle?
Well, as we could see from the snapshot on principle of respect for human autonomy, there is a real problem concerning protection of mental autonomy and freedom in the age of AI. We have a real chance now to act on safeguarding these liberties in a future-proof and precise way, especially by regulating manipulative and exploitative AI practices in the media sector by holding them to a higher scrutiny, perhaps classifying them as high-risk AI applications, as some scholars suggest. Otherwise, it's hard to ensure respect for human autonomy and, more importantly, realization of trustworthiness of AI applications in the media without actually addressing harms these technologies could cause to the minds of individuals.
Yeah, and when we come to transparency, well, it was the way chosen to achieve some trustworthy AI, but it's often not super transparent what transparency means and how to achieve it. What information should be provided. Some provisions of the proposal are actually quite detailed, some are not at all. And it can be hard and for the users and for the providers to find some legal certainty. Also providing over transparency and over compliance. Who would read the term and condition of 250 pages, but providing super detailed information about the AI systems? The format of the transparency and the information is very important. It's all of a balancing exercise. Lastly, we are mentioning the EP resolution on AI education, culture, and media because it provides some interesting food for thought. Actually, having a specific set of rules for media complying with the other horizontal proposal that's on the table at the moment, and providing more transparency and empowerment for the users as we have seen today. So maybe this will be the future for AI systems in the media sector. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for listening. We will have your questions later.
Emine, Noémie for this presentation. You can ask questions in the Q&A section at the end of this presentation. And now I will give the floor to Sara Mancini. She will be talking about potential risk in the public sectors. And she's from the WC. So thanks for contributing, and the floor is yours. Okay. So thank you, everybody, for inviting me. I'm Sara Mancini. I work with Italy.
And okay, and I also collaborate with Intellera Consulting, especially for this European project called Etapas. Today I will present the first result of our almost first year of the project. which is about providing practical tools for the public sector for adopting disruptive technologies, so not just AI, in a responsible way. The reason for this project may be traced back to 3 drivers. The first being the more and more adoption that the public sector is putting in place of disruptive technologies to respond to the demands for better services. But this demand also implies some request for transparency and control over disruptive technologies, as we all know that benefits can achieve, but there are some risks. The second driver is about, we all talk about that, the new legal frameworks that are being developed in this space. So we need to be aware that we need to comply to these frameworks, and also not just the legal, but the ethical requirements of this framework. And lastly, the COVID-19 that impacted everybody, but especially the public sector that needed to provide more digitalized services. And thus, this project aims at accelerating this process. The idea is to come up with practical ways, because we know that the public sector needs to be effective. So our project will address this with a broad consortium of partners. We are 14 partners from 8 different countries. We have both local and national level public organizations. We have 2 digital innovation hubs, which are helping us to bridge towards small and medium enterprises, but also local public sector organizations across Europe. We have industry partners, so the big partners like us, but also 2 small and medium enterprises, research centers, and a think tank. We gather these different competencies because we know that we need to be a heterogeneous group of people bringing our own competencies from different fields of expertise. And we will try to get more and more broad this network of expertise, also asking the collaboration to all of you. The project in a glance can be explained as a project that will bring both the research and the practical experience together. We will try to do that in a 3-phase approach. The first phase is about to finish, and is the research and design phase, in which we are developing a responsible disruptive technology framework. I will explain the components of this framework in a minute, but the idea is to have exactly these assets that the public administration could use when adopting a disruptive technology. After that, we will test this framework with practical use cases in the second phase, and also build a technology platform to support the measurement and the overview of the oversight of the risks that we identified for each use case. And then the results and the insights from this validation and test phase will inform the last phase, so the synthesis and pathways, to improve our framework in order to be really relevant for our public sector organizations, and also provide a governance model to help the organization to then replicate this approach in the future. If we get started with one of the first topic of our project, we have to think about the full responsible disruptive technology framework. This is made up of 4 components. The first being the code of conduct for disruptive technologies in the public sector. This provides 10 principles that we elaborated both on the based on the research, but also with the consultation of the public sector organization we have in our consortium. These 10 principles were then analyzed to identify the risk. So the risk framework was then developed, and it's the focus of today's presentation. And then from that on, we will build the indicator framework, which is supposed to be a practical way to measure and control the risk. We also have the European legal framework, which provides an analysis of the primary, secondary, and case law for disruptive technology in the public sector. And soon we will have a workshop on that topic. If we start delving into the risk framework, we developed it based on 3-step analysis. First, we had a thorough literature review based on both academic papers and grey literature review. And then we formalized the results into a structured framework, categorizing the risks, identifying commonalities, but also spotting contradiction and different perspectives. We then ask to validate and improve the framework to our consortium partners, especially to tailor the content for the public sector. And then the final review was about consistency, and especially we decided to focus only on undesirable outcomes instead of root causes that may introduce some confusion about the framework. The result is a comprehensive framework made up of 8 risk categories and 34 risks, which integrates with the other assets of our framework. So every risk was then traced back to the principles that we identified in the previous phase, as we know that when a risk realizes, we also violate some principle. So think about an AI application that is biased against some group, then we know that we are also infringing the justice, equality, and the rule of law principle. Then the next step, and it's still ongoing, is to identify risk indicators to identify if the risk is relevant and how much it was possible to mitigate that risk. And I will try to give you an overview of that at the end of the presentation, if I still have time. So now, starting from the risk, the first risk category is about the interaction between disruptive technology and humans. As we just heard, it's important to disclose the use of disruptive technologies to the people, especially in the public sector, in which trust is a really key component, because it's between the population, so citizens, and the institutions. So again, this is strictly connected with the transparency principles, but also the principle of human agency. In fact, many disruptive technology applications can impact the autonomy of people in taking decisions. So think about, again, in the public sector, this is really important, the filter bubble effect, for which disinformation can be spread and voting population can be influenced, for example. Other two risks are important for the public sector, that are the exclusion of individuals and social isolation. These again are very important because they affect the population, and the government sector cannot allow that to happen. So, for example, if you think an application that provides public services through webs online, but requires, for example, high level of internet connection, this can be problematic because can exclude older people, for example, that are not used to digital services, but also people that cannot afford or are not connected to a fast internet connection. Lastly, we have the harm. So we talk about that, physical and psychological. This again is something very critical, and in the public sector we have applications like in the health sector. So we need to be careful when adopting, for example, a humanoid robot that helps people in rehabilitation, because this can hurt people. Next, we have two categories that are the legal risk and the security and data protection risk. We group them together because they have some overlapping, let's say, about the data protection, which is somehow regulated by GDPR. They also have some other similar characteristics, as they present some risks that are not new for disruptive technologies, but were already known from previous digital revolutions. And this is about liability risk, lack of certification procedures, hacking, both for get information or to change the behavior, and loss of service continuity. What we notice that it's changing now with disruptive technologies is that there are some features or characteristics, for example, of AI and robotics that increase the probability of this risk or change the flavor of this risk. For example, increasing autonomy may bring it's more rogue application or illegal behavior without control over them, because they can learn different behaviors without a good control of the applications. Concerning, for example, hacking risk, we also have that machine learning techniques can be subject to new type of hacking, like data poisoning or adversarial attacks. And then we also need to be careful about data protection risk. We should and we have to be careful about the input data that we use and how we use it, but we need to be aware that when a person interacts with a disruptive technology solution, some data are generated, and also that data needs to be compliant to data protection laws. So for example, if you use eye tracking or voice recognition, or also registering activities that can be used to monitor the activity of a public servant, that is really something that you need to be careful about. And then we have also the last part, that is that many disruptive technologies are built assembling components from different providers. This is something that increases the liability risks, as fault accountability is not usually clear. So think about autonomous cars, and if an accident happens, you are not always 100% sure of who is responsible for the accident, and also who should pay for that. So this is something that may change for disruptive technologies. The next category is about governance risk, which are very important. We heard about transparency and explainability, which is one of the most important risk, and is addressed also by the AI Act, also required not only for high-level, high-risk application, but also medium-risk application. In the public sector, this acquires even more importance, because if we lose this trust between the public sector organization and the citizen, we may have a lot of other different problems that go beyond the technology. And this also is connected with the risk of unintended purposes. So if you are not clear and transparent about the use of that disruptive technology application, you may use it for the wrong reason. And it's also important to have human oversight over this type of risk. I will go a bit faster on this because we've already heard about all this risk, but it's important to remark that the private sector and the public sector need to collaborate. In particular, when talking about disruptive technologies, usually the public sector make use of private sector application or collaborates with private sector organization. This is really key because it increases the risk for governance, for good governance, because there are all a set of new risks arising related with the principal agent problem, but also about how do you ensure that what you think is ethics or what you think is the right choice is respected from the public sector, the private sector collaborator. Lastly, the waste of resources is another risk, and it's quite peculiar for the public sector because especially in the space of disruptive technologies where you can lose money because you are doing something experimental, this is even trickier because the money comes from the public spending. So you need to be more accountable for that, and you need to be more careful about how you use it. The next two categories are about enhancing inequalities and discrimination and errors and misuse. We all know about bias applications, so they can come from different kinds of problems. But again, the public sector has a role to play and needs to comply to higher demands. So needs to be more careful about avoiding these biases. In this category, we also have three other risks, which are more at the level, let's say, high level. So unequal access and benefits, which is about who can benefit from the introduction of disruptive technologies. We need to have the knowledge that to use disruptive technologies, you need to have resources, education. So it's important that all the people can at least try to get access to those benefits. Again, concentration of power is something similar, but in the private sector. So the public sector needs to be to control that the tech giants, for example, do not introduce a monopoly. So to give also the small and medium enterprises the same chances as the big corporations. And something similar, but with a different flavor, is about the dissemination of the monoculture spread again with the disruptive technologies. Another category is about errors and misuse. We know that many biased applications come from bad quality software or development process that were not perfect. So we need to be more careful about how we develop and how we monitor over time the application, and not only for biases but also for good performances. And then we have a set of misuse applications that are relevant for the public sector. Some of them were also regulated or defined as high risk in the proposal of the regulation. Oh, sorry. The last category is about unsustainable use and workplace issues. Well, unsustainable use, maybe I will just say a couple of words, is about how much energy we need to, for example, data storage, training, so computational power, but also if you think about robotics, because we also have other technology than AI, all the materials that are needed for hardware components. And then lastly, the workplace issues are very important for the public sector, as historically public servants are not very used to digital services or digital topics. So it's really something that they need to work on, and they need to do it with a role like to be an example for all the other sectors. I think I finished my time, but so if you want to have more information about the projects, please contact us, because we are really keen to collaborate with other institutions and European projects, and because we know that we need the effort from everybody to achieve good results.
So thank you, Sara, for introducing to this interesting project. And now we move to the third last talk. And then we will have these 15 minutes of questions and answers. So let me introduce this third speaker, Chiara Gallese. So Chiara, do you want, okay. So Chiara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can
great.
hear you. Yes, from Eindhoven University of Technology, and she will be talking about developing trustworthy AI culture in scientific research. So thank you, Chiara, for contributing.
Thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon, everybody. I will now share my screen. Please let me know if you see my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes,
okay.
We can see you well, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. I'm Chiara Gallese, I work in Eindhoven, and I'm very happy to be here, even if I could not make it in person, because it's like a bit like coming back home for me. I got my PhD in Venice, in Ca' Foscari, so I'm really happy. Thank you so much for inviting me. So today I will talk about AI researchers, because they are the main actors in stimulating AI technological progress. We know that in universities, the most cutting edge research is carried out. And here you can see some pictures from TUE projects. So you can see telemedicine, image recognition, and social robotics, and other important AI system used for energy controlling energies. So we see that AI research are real important in developing AI models. But why I am talking about them? This is because they really need help. They need support, guidance, and education on how to develop trustworthy AI. And my job is to help them. So first, I would like to just briefly go back on the definition of trustworthy AI. And I will not be explaining this too much, because previous speakers already described very in details about this, but I want to draw your attention on the lawfulness criteria and the ethics criteria we already have seen about the new AI regulation proposal. But what really I have seen is the lack of support for the first criteria, so the lawfulness, complying with all applicable laws and regulations. We see that the legal landscape in this is pretty complex. It's pretty broad, and it's really difficult and specific even for legal professionals. So we go from IP law, copyright, right of image, patent law, also the contract when you publish your research in a open access journals, the medical regulation, because a lot of AI researchers are working with the hospitals and also performing clinical trials. Other also coming new legislation within the EU digital strategy, the AI regulatory framework. So this has been explored by previous talks, so I won't really explain this, but you all know that there are new legal principle coming probably if the proposal will be accepted, and new ethical rules apart from the already international and national code of conduct. We also have our internal code of conduct for scientific integrity in Eindhoven. And then, of course, data protection law, so GDPR, e-privacy directive, all the implementation acts implemented by member states. So each state has a lot of different regulations. And then, of course, last but not least, civil law. So, for example, grant agreements when researchers get funded, or all the rules regarding data obtained from hospitals, like in the Dutch civil code, for example, and contractual law. This include all the relevant data protection agreements, of course. So the landscape is pretty complicated. We see that, for example, if some principles are not followed, if anonymization is not correctly performed, if the rules regarding secondary use of biomedical data are not followed, if there is an involvement of commercial entities when it's not allowed by law, then using that particular data set may be illegal. And often AI researchers don't know this. And on the other side, there are other requirements that are some of them are have already been mentioned by previous speakers, and some of them are pretty famous, like transparency rule, right of explanation. And I'm sure that everybody knows that they should provide informed consent. For example, the principle about giving the proper notice to data subject about how to exercise their rights when conducting a research, when collecting data, or arrange the proper agreements while using some kind of data. That could lead also in developing a tool, an AI tool that could not really be used in the real life. So it's just about a theory that can never be really used, because using that tool would be illegal. Let's just think about an telemedicine device that does not give the proper explanation to the doctor. So if the doctors really wants to rely on that, then may have really a lot of problems. So in court, it's not a proper defense to say, I did that because AI told me so. And now I would like some help from our audience. I will give you a few moments. Please go on the website menti.com and use this code 74612505 and tell me what you think of these comments from AI researcher. Do you think these comments are real or not? Or did I just make this up? So I will read some comments. AI regulation scares me. Privacy was invented by bureaucrats to create a business. Data is anonymized. Really, I deleted the family names. Or GDPR does not apply because I collected data in the US. Informed consent was too long. I've cut most of it. Nobody is going to sue me for this, meaning that even if you breach the applicable law, nobody is going to pursue you, to go after you. Or another one, before GDPR, I could do this research without any trouble. Now I'm no longer allowed. Or I collect this data because I've always done that. I rather pay the fines and do my research as I want. Lawyers are working against us to make our research difficult, and I don't care about law. I am not going to discuss this. Okay, I see many replies. Okay, so the most appreciated is GDPR does not apply. Before GDPR, I could do this research without any trouble. Now I'm no longer allowed. So, okay, thank you for your answers. I see many comings. Yeah. Only few people think I don't care about the law. I'm not going to discuss this, or informed consent was too long. I've cut most of it. And I'd rather pay the fines and do my research as I want. Okay, thank you for your contribution. Well, these are all real comments that I received from all AI researchers around the world. So not only in TUI, but all around the world. So this is really what researchers think about the legal compliance. So yeah, they usually don't like a long informed consent. So they tend in reducing it because they think that if it's too long, nobody would want to participate in the research. They are unaware on the territorial scope of GDPR. They surely do not have any idea on how to really anonymize data, or when data is pseudonymized, and they definitely think that privacy was invented by someone to make their life difficult, or that as legal professional and privacy expert are working against them because they are no longer allowed to do research as they want. So as you can see, they really need help, because lawfulness is one of the criteria for developing trustworthy AI system. And in TUI, we have tried to pilot these 3 strategies to help researchers in this. So in our opinion, in my opinion in particular, and what I have seen in my experience, is that we needed to raise awareness among AI researchers, because we needed to help them recognizing what they don't know and how to seek support, and to whom they should really ask for help. So the 3 strategies are training on law, because of course it's not possible to understand when trustworthy AI is really mandatory by law. For example, the transparency principle, the information that you give to data subject, and all the requirements of the new AI proposal. When it's only recommended, for example, for ethical principle, and when it's not crucial, because no personal data is involved and no consequences are really there on a data subject or on society. This is not possible if an appropriate training is not provided to researchers. And then another thing that is really important, and in the Netherlands, we really are keen on this. We really think that this is an important point in within our organization. It's to provide research data stewardship, privacy teams, and support from also ethical review board to help research with the complex legal and ethical landscapes, so they can come to us and really ask if they don't know how to read a contract, if they don't know if a contract is needed, if they don't know how to handle the data, in particular personal data. So providing support is crucial. And then also, I believe that it's important to promote interdisciplinary research group. So include researchers specialized in privacy, ethics, and law into research project that aims to develop AI models. This is also encouraged by funders and some some consortium that were funded are really doing this, but it's not that popular as far as I have seen. As for the training, this is about raising awareness to researchers, among researchers, on the importance of applying to their research ethical and legal principle. Because of course it's not possible to satisfy the two conditions, the first two conditions of trustworthy AI, if you don't know the applicable laws, what laws are applicable to your model, what regulation are in place, and what code of conduct you should follow. And if you don't know the consequences that your system will have if applied in the real world. So we are really providing training, and we are developing courses. And then support during the whole research life cycle. So we have this team that will guide researchers. We are doing our best, and I see that in all the Netherlands we are exploring this support system. Some university also have a central registration mechanism for each project. So when a new project is starting, the researcher will register their research, and it will immediately go to the appropriate support team so that they are really helped from the beginning. And I truly believe that researchers should not be alone in facing all the bureaucratic burden, and they should be instructed on how to face the legal implication related to their research. For example, how to put in place the appropriate contract. We are trying to train them on this, but still they are not legal professional. So for them, it's really difficult. They are in trouble when they don't know what a single clause of the contract really mean, and what are the implications of that clause for their research. And this may be really relevant and make a lot of trouble if not properly faced. And then I will always say that it's really important to include different professionals, different field of research in the AI research project, even the one that are funded by European Union or other national bodies, especially when personal data are involved. When there are automated decision-making systems that could be used by different actors like public administrations or companies to have an impact on individuals. For example, to refuse a service or a contract, or AI system that requires data from hospitals like medical imaging, or mental health information, or information about children or other vulnerable groups that have a power of imbalance of power. So this is really important, because those models will go on real life then, and there will be consequences on people. So it's needed that a legal expert will help them to understand what they can do or what they cannot do. And also more legal research is needed to explore the consequences of those systems on society and individual rights. And we try to explore some of these topics in a recent conference at Eindhoven Institute of Artificial Intelligence. And education, what about the education of students in universities? So some will propose John master degree in AI and law or in AI and ethics, so merging computer science with law and philosophy. But in my opinion, for what I have seen so far, this may be difficult because it could provide a false sense of self-sufficiency, while the complexity of the legal landscape and the ethical framework is challenging even for domain experts. So it's not possible that this can be done by a non-professional alone. I believe this is not working. And I think that it may be more efficient to provide a specific education at higher level, like doctoral courses, training for postdocs, doing research in AI, and to professors. And that's what we are doing at 2E, while maintaining traditional courses in the degrees in computer science or in law. For example, providing data protection essential to students in the STEM field, or given a more specific education to law students regarding AI. So this would be the best. So you give the essential knowledge so that they understand where their knowledge gap is, and they are able to understand that something it's too complex for them, and a real expert should be involved in their research. In that way, I think it would be possible to develop a real trustworthy AI. If we do think halfway, then I think it would be more difficult. So in conclusion, I think that more research is needed in this topic, and decision makers within universities need to acknowledge that it's important to provide and find new strategies to support researchers. And I would like to also conduct a literature review assessing those approaches to understand if the collaboration between AI researchers and law researchers is increasing, or if not, and to what extent the condition of the lawfulness is overlooked. Because I have the impression, of course, it's only my limited experience, but I have the impression that it's still a long way to go. So there's still a lack of collaboration. So also we could do a survey to students, researchers, and support staff to identify the knowledge gap. And for what I have seen is still a huge gap. And this is my impression based on my professional experience and on my experience as a researcher in AI and law. And I hope that this will improve in the future. So please collaborate more and more with legal experts and AI experts. And thank you. If you have questions or you want to discuss about this topic, just write to me. I'm here. So thank you. And thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chiara.
Thank you.
So I would use these, let's say, 6 minutes, maybe we can say extra minutes, but to see if there are some questions, either from the online or even from the audience in presence here. Do you have, yes, please? Please, yes, Alessandro. So now we have questions, of course, for the 3 speakers, the 3 talks, so feel free to ask.
Thank you, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for this fruitful speech. And I have a question to Chiara for this data talk. I'm a researcher from in the legal field. So when you say that we don't have to leave a researcher alone regarding juridical matters, general legal matters, I have to say that also you don't have to leave legal experts alone, because sometimes it's like the involvement of legal scholars that are working in academy are like when the development of such artificial intelligence system is like by the end or like close to the end. So if you really want to implement something that we can say privacy by design, data protection by design, for example, regarding the GDPR, but in general, legal protection by design, I think that the question is like, if we have to take a interdisciplinary approach, the answer would be for sure yes. But the problem is still how to do it, how to create a working group, how to create, for example, you say guidelines. I think it's really important, guidelines, but also code of practice, code of conduct that should be implemented, should be usable not only for researcher in EI, but also for researcher in the legal field, that they don't know in deep how like system works. So what do you think about how we should create this synergy between engineers, computer scientists, and lawyers? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your question. I totally agree with you. So in the Netherlands, they some university, they provide indeed this central registration for each project, so that the appropriate office is able to connect between different legal professionals or researchers. So this could be an approach to have a team dedicated to connect people. Also in TUI, we have the research support network, and that's just what they do. They connect people. So when an AI researcher is looking for a partnership, or they are in need of help, they connect them to me, for example, or to other professionals. So I think that there should be a kind of a system that could be able to connect professional, because also making the first contact could be difficult. And we have appropriate offices that work as first line of support in privacy, and so researchers are helped that way. This could be one of the many approaches, and for sure, as you mentioned, guidelines should be really developed, and also workflow at the central level from the university. But this is difficult because not every decision maker would acknowledge the need of this. So maybe we as legal profession, we know this is needed, but if it's a technical university, then it's a bit more difficult if there's no law department, and making them understand how complex the matter is and how much support they need, it's not that easy. It requires a bit of effort.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, Heather. Yes, sure. You can do it.
I'd like to ask a question to Ms. Mancini. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm certainly going to look deeper into this ADA+ risk framework. My question at the moment is limited to the way, in what way did you pay attention to the differences in the clientele of the public administration? Because a lot of your slides demonstrate that you have looked into individuals, but a lot of public administration concerns businesses. So is your framework geared towards this difference already, or is it work in the future? Or...
So thank you. So as of now, the principles, for example, which was the first deliverable, they are from the perspective of the public sector, so in the sense of the population, let's say. the individuals. We have some. There is one principle about the interaction between the private sector and the public sector, and it's about how they can interact, what is the role, for example, for the public sector with the private sector. And also this is reflected in one of the risks. And when we will carry on our work, we will develop these indicators that try to address what are the main issues and what are the main risks to work with the private sector. So in this way, we are tackling this problem. We have to think about that this is a project for the public sector. So what they should do for implementing disruptive technology in a responsible way. So the idea is to be careful for their audiences, so the people mostly. So we know that we are not covering all of the spectrum, but it's mainly about this.
Thank you. Okay, if we have maybe time for one last question, if there is. Yes, please. Maybe, yes, you're welcome.
Hello, my question is for Chiara. So many thanks for your presentation. It was actually super interesting, and I could recognize some of the things that we encountered in our respective projects, where sometimes technical partners are really lost in all the complex legislation, and ourselves sometimes it's quite hard to find our way. So it's a difficult balancing exercise. I wanted to have your opinion, if you have any, otherwise we can have this conversation in bilateral, but about the place of research in the AI Act proposal. Because a lot of people are saying that basically there's no research exemption, and that all the requirements and the obligations that are present now in the AI Act proposal would apply also to research. And there's one minor potential research exemption for deepfakes, and there's also the article for regulatory sandboxes, which raises some question of, okay, freedom of the academia to lead the research is kind of an independent research, while going through regulatory sandboxes that are organized by governmental bodies, they will be choosing which research will be able to go through the regulatory sandboxes, which is kind of putting at risk some academia independence. So I was wondering if you had an opinion about the absence basically of a research exemption for the AI Act proposal. Many thanks.
Yeah, exactly. We discussed this internally also, and we presented some comments to the European Commission in our university. And that's the problem. There's no exemption. So in our university, because we have I think in Europe the most connections with the industry and hospitals and other entities, we are particularly at risk, because we are developing systems that are used in real life immediately. So it's particularly dangerous that there are no exceptions, not explicit exceptions like in GDPR. So universities are not even mentioned, if not in a small part, in the first part, but not in the legal provision themselves. So this is dangerous, and of course it's yeah, they provide for regulatory sandboxes, but who knows what this will mean in real practice. We don't know how they will implement this, and if research will be included. So it's still a point that raises a lot of concerns for universities. So I don't have unfortunately a real answer, because the situation is this: there's no exception, and so far, if no changes will be implemented in the proposal, then we will have to face again this complex regulatory framework and to comply with all the requirements for AI. And I think it would be very difficult for researchers, and it may also bring some problems to them because this would really be a bureaucratic burden for them, like all the technical documentation. If research is research, it's not it's not for the market normally. So if we want to still develop cutting edge models and be the actors in developing AI, then we should have some kind of exemptions. I think this would be important for us. So yeah, that's my my answer.
Many
Sorry.
thanks for your answer.
Yeah.
Your department will still have a lot of work then.
Yeah, that's the same for us. So,
thank you.
Thank you for your question.
So I think we have to close for today. I would like to thank again all the speakers of this all the whole day and for these afternoon sessions. So thank you for these inspiring presentations. Thanks again.